Good morning and welcome, everyone. Welcome to our regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, August the 12th, 2025, and please note that the Supervisor Barger will be absent from our meeting today. The Chief Executive Officer, County Counsel, Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist us. And we'll begin this morning with the land acknowledgement. So let us play that, please.
The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, Fernandinho Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City, County, Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov.
Thank you. This morning, the invocation will be led by Dr. Rashad Hall, representing Resurrection Church from the 2nd District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Alejandro Rocha, former Corporal, United States Marine Corps from the 3rd District. If you are able, please stand.
Shall we pray? To the only wise one, the all-sufficient one, from everlasting to everlasting, we recognize that you are sovereign. So we thank you for allowing us to be in your presence on today. We thank you, O God, that last night was not our last night. We appreciate you for this honor to stand before you as we deal with the issues that face our dear county. Lord, I ask you that those that come to speak, that you give them conviction of the heart, articulation of speech, and sound mind. I ask you for a special blessing upon these supervisors. Give them the grace, the honor, and the humility to hear the concerns and to judge completely and wholly. We thank you. From everlasting to everlasting, we recognize that you are, you were, and you are to come. In your name we pray. Everyone say amen.
Good morning. Please face the flag. Place your right hand over your heart. If you're a veteran, you may render a hand salute. Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right.
Very good. Thank you. Now we'll turn it over to Supervisor Mitchell, who will present a certificate to the invocator, and then Supervisor Horvath will present her certificate for the pledge veteran.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, Los Angeles. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Rashad Hall, who serves as a staff pastor at Resurrection Church in the great city of Carson. Welcome him to today's board meeting. Dr. Hall is a community leader who is deeply committed to utilizing his voice and conviction to inspire others to live more Christ-centered lives. His leadership has contributed significantly to increased church membership, the formation of strategic partnerships, and the creation of a life center that serves the broader community. In addition, Dr. Hall is frequently invited to speak at conferences, churches, and community gatherings. Known for his ability to connect with diverse audiences, he skillfully relates scripture to current events, offering both clarity and encouragement. He graduated with a bachelor's degree in mass communications from Cal State University, Dominguez Hills. Go Toros. He also earned a master's in biblical counseling from the Ministerial Training Institute, and last year he received a Doctor of Ministry degree in adaptive leadership and transformational preaching from Payne Theological Seminary. Dr. Hall received certifications in creative problem solving and leading more effective teams from Harvard. He was also a fellow at the USC Cecil Murray Center for Religion and Civic Culture, where he was certified in economic development, financial literacy, and community engagement. He's a member of the Joint College of African American Pentecostal Bishops, the Baptist Ministers Conference of LA and Southern California, and the Bank of America Advisory Panel. Dr. Hall is the proud father, your favorite job, I know, of two, Jonathan David and Gabrielle Lynn. Dr. Hall, we sincerely thank you for your time, particularly your prayers for us as the board members and your dedication to the community and for leading us in today's invocation. Thank you. I appreciate you. You can take a picture.
And this morning, please join me in thanking Alejandro Rocha, former Corporal, United States Marine Corps, for leading us in our pledge today. Mr. Rocha served in the Marine Corps from 2002 through 2006, where he served in both Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Iraqi Freedom. While in the Marines, he received many decorations, including Combat Action Ribbon, Global War on Terror, Iraqi Campaign Medal, Sea Service Deployment with 2 stars, National Defense Medal, United States Marine Corps Good Conduct, and Alejandro works at Goodwill of SoCal as a social worker for the Veterans Peer Access Network. We appreciate your leadership there. He is a graduate of Arleta High School and also recently completed his Master's of Social Work from Cal State Northridge. We love the Valley. In his free time, Alejandro enjoys spending time with his family, including his 3 children, Harper, Spencer Jade, and Senate Cooper. Some of his favorite family activities include going to the movies and attending football games. He also enjoys networking with other veterans to identify moral, supportive services. Thank you, Alejandro, for all you do to support our veteran community, and I'm proud to call you a 3rd District resident. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Executive Officer, will you please call the agenda?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, Set Matter 1. On Set Matter 1, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be continued to September 2nd, 2025, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 3, Consent Calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 2 to 21. On item 2, this includes an addition as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 4, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 11, Supervisor Hahn requests that this item be held. On item 12, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 14, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. On item 18, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 15, Administrative Matters, items 22 to 53. On item 25, the Director of Mental Health would like to revise the board letter to add the following language under the Facts and Provisions Legal Requirements section. quote, CFCR, contractors shall use DMH-approved equity analysis tools to identify the highest need areas within their I'm going to correct that. I'm going to start all over on the quotation part. So after, within the facts and legal provisions legal requirements section, it will state, in quote, CFRC contractors shall use DMH-approved equity analysis tools, including considerations for immigration, to identify the highest need areas within their supervisorial district and prioritize these areas for mobile services and community outreach activities, end quote. On Item 43, the Chief Probation Officer requests that this item be continued to September 9th, 2025, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On page 34, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda, which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting, as indicated on the supplemental agenda, items 51A through 51E. On page 35, ordinances for introduction, items 54 through 55. On page 36, separate matters, items 56 to 58. Item 57 is a recommendation to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of the Los Angeles County Public Works Financing Authority Lease Revenue Bonds, 2025 Series J, with a not-to-exceed par amount of $1.2 billion to finance the construction of the inpatient tower for the Harbor UCLA Medical Center Replacement Project, repay certain outstanding commercial paper notes, and refund the 2015 Series B bonds and 2016 Series D bonds. Item 58 is a recommendation to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance of the 2025-26 Pool Tax and Revenue Anticipation Note Participation Certificates, Series A, on behalf of a certain county school district in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $20 million. On page 38, special district agendas. This is the agenda for the meeting of the Los Angeles County Development Authority, items 1D to 2D. On page 40, this is the agenda for the meeting of the Los Angeles County Public Works Financing Authority, item 1F. On page 41, this is the agenda for the meeting of the Los Angeles County Regional Park and Open Space District, 1P. On page 42, notices of closed session, items CS1 through CS8. On item CS5, this includes an addition as indicated on the supplemental agenda. Also on this item, County Council requests that one case be continued to September 2nd, 2025. That completes the reading of the agenda, Madam Chair. We received a request to call the roll on the continued items. We will go first with item 43, CS5, one case, which is before you. We will need a motion and a second.
Okay, I will move that item, seconded by Supervisor Horvath.
We'll go with roll call. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath? Aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn? Aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis? Aye. Motion carries 4-0. We will now move on to item set matter 1, which is before you.
I will move that item.
We will need a second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hahn.
Seconded by Supervisor Hahn. We'll call the roll. Supervisor Mitchell?
No.
Supervisor Mitchell? No. Supervisor Horvath?
Can I get clarification on this motion, please?
This is just to continue the item. We're doing a roll call to continue this particular
On
item.
the budget. It's on the budget.
On the set matter one.
Our set matter that we normally have.
And I ask that it be held because I don't support punting this presentation. We're going to be dark for 2 weeks. And so I asked for a roll call so I could vote no on not hearing the budget presentation from the CEO.
No, I'm not here. That's a double.
Yes, it is. I don't support not hearing. That's correct.
And let me weigh in here. Today we have a very hefty schedule, and sometimes we often face, and we have many items, and one that's going to be coming up soon that I'm sure we're going to have several speakers, and then we'll move on to our other items. But we also have a closed session that also is going to require us to be available to do some interviews for a major department of Aging. And in order to expedite today's process, given that we also have a member that's missing, in my opinion, this is what I felt it was necessary for us to expedite the meeting. Doesn't mean we're not going to talk about budget cuts, because in some of the items that are held, it will be brought up. And I'm certain that whatever happens in the next week or so, that we will get information. We can also message and talk to our departments, and also ask our CEO to help provide any guidance, any information. And I know we're going to be hearing more and more as we learn what these cuts are that are being imposed upon us by the Trump administration, and what that's going to mean. And I in no way am trying to mute information, because if anything, I was the one that set this matter to occur every meeting. So it's just taking a little pause. Doesn't mean it's going away, because it's not. And we have a lot of issues on our budget that we know are going to be impacting us.
If I may ask, Madam CEO, is there new information? I know from the last couple of reports, it was sort of the same information, so I didn't know.
Yeah, so we do have, so two things. The last couple of reports, we have provided new information and more detailed information. And then for today's presentation, we would be providing new information. And so we have better information on what a federal cut would look like in terms of funding to the county, impact on residents, and county employees.
Yeah, because I share the chair's concern about not repeating the same information, because we do have a lot to discuss, but I do also know that there's new information constantly coming at us. So if there's new information, I'm open to hearing that, but I don't want to hear a repeat of what we've been hearing the past couple of weeks, because I think it sort of sets the table for, I think we've sort of set the table on a number of issues, but I do think it's helpful to understand if there's new information.
Yes, we do have new information.
Okay.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Thank you very much. I appreciate the heft of today's agenda, and I ate my Wheaties, I'm ready. I think the point is consistency in the messaging. I appreciate that 2 departments were asked to present today and that they weren't ready related to housing and homelessness. But I am chair of the CSAC Health and Human Services Committee. We had an hour-long presentation yesterday on SNAP. And so I think with every passing day, as our departments, as our CEO continues to understand the devastating ramifications of H.R. 1, new information is available. And so that's why I just cannot support punting the presentation, even if it's somewhat repetitive, because it is a lot to take in. As the CSAC federal lobbyist shared with us yesterday, the Medicaid and SNAP cuts are the most devastating in our nation's history. And so I appreciate the will of the chair. I won't be supporting the motion to continue.
What I would do, given concerns that were raised, if there's new information, then I would say we could go ahead. But if it's only the new information, and then I'll put a time limit on it, because who do we have to speak on the item? A DPSS?
Supervisor,
Right?
I can provide the information for the DPSS portion. I can just do one slide.
Okay, all right. So we'll do that. Okay, but we need to.
Thank
we
you,
need to
Madam
vote
Chair.
on our
That's a good
other items,
compromise.
or hold off.
So, Madam Chair, there's no need to vote.
Right.
It'll be held.
Drawing that.
We'll hold that item.
Okay, all right. Okay, then. So
Now,
let's go ahead then.
Will that be first?
We'll do the budget, right? Yes,
We'll do the set matter 1 first.
yes. Okay, and we'll time it, so we'll maybe have 20 minutes
So,
or less.
5.
Pardon me?
Madam Chair, we have a code of conduct, and then if you want to
Yes,
just call the
let's
meeting
go.
order as
Okay,
well.
all right.
So
Public comment.
I think it would take me about 5 to get through this slide.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, It is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you. Very well. Let me read the meeting order for today. So we're going to start with the set matter 1 on the budget, and that'll be 20-minute discussion there. Then we'll move to items 14 and 11. Then we'll go to public comment on items not held for discussion by the board, including our closed session matters and general public comment, and then finishing with our closed session. So before we begin, Executive Officer, please read in the call-in information and explain the speaking rules, please.
Good morning, members of the public. If you wish to participate in public comment, you may do so in person or remotely, as indicated on the agenda. To join remotely, please call 877-692-8955 and use participant code number 4433663. You will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. For items not held by the board, you will receive 1 minute for one item and up to 2 minutes for 2 or more items. For items held by supervisors, you will have 1 minute to address the board and 1 minute to address the board on general public comment, for a total of 6 minutes for this meeting. Please state your name and indicate the agenda item numbers you will be addressing. Please note, once your time has expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. Please monitor your time and the items you are signing up for, as your name will not be called once your time has elapsed. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be moved from the listening queue to the speaking queue. Remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. If you muted your microphone, please remember to unmute when you are called. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item you would like to speak on. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the 2 speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. We will now move on to set matter 1.
Very good. We'll hear from our CEO, Fuchsia Davenport, and we also have our DPSS Director, Dr. Contreras. So let's begin.
Thank you. Can we have the slides, please? And then we'll go directly to slide number 3. So while we're waiting for the slide, Supervisor, today what we're going to talk about briefly is the SNAP program, also known as the CalFresh program. In a ever-evolving federal landscape, we are continuing to receive more information about cuts. For those who do not know, SNAP stands for the Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program, and statewide it's known as CalFresh, and it provides benefits for nearly 1.6 million county residents. Slide 3, please. More than 500,000 of those residents are under age 18. Effective October 1st, 2026, the federal, yes, okay. Effective October 1st, 2026, The federal government, which currently pays for 1/2 of CalFresh funding, will reduce its share by 50%. This cut of nearly $190 million will create significant funding gaps that will make it impossible to maintain current service levels. The state that currently covers 35% of the cost of this program would also face a funding gap, and that funding gap would be $131.5 million, and you can see it highlighted on the right side of the slide. The county's funding gap would be $56.4 million in our net county costs, and that's the money that we use to draw down state funding. That $56 million is also on the right side of the slide. The consequences of these cuts are significant and troubling. If these cuts persist, which we think that they will, the county may need to cut 1,089 eligibility worker positions and reduce the overall budget for the program by $250 million. These eligibility workers are in the front lines. They determine eligibility benefits for about $3.8 billion each year for about 1.6 million constituents. If the projected cuts are implemented as planned, the remaining staff would face increased workloads, which potentially would lead to an increased error rate, which are then subject to penalties from the state and federal government. We know that our biggest concern is not only how this would impact our employees, but how it would also affect the people who count on us for services. As it stands today, we cannot accurately project the long-term impacts on the public from these potential cuts, but we know that that projection is necessary. We know that any impacts will be painful on our residents who depend on our help to put food on the table, and that is because separate from these federal cuts in SNAP and CalFresh, there will also be new work requirements for some recipients. So rather than go into that, that was going to be another part of the presentation. I'm going to stop there, and that would conclude my presentation. And so that's the new information related to the cuts in the SNAP and the CalFresh program.
No doubt, it's devastating information, and I hope that the public, as well as our employees and our stakeholders, are fully aware of what is at stake, and we've been saying that repeatedly, but now we know we have more clarity. And of course, anything can change, but as was said, I don't think that it's going to go in the other direction that we would prefer at this time. So we do have to be vigilant. I just want to go over the 20-minute discussion is between the board and Dr. Contreras and the CEO. After that, there are 17 people in the queue. We'll take their calls, and then we'll move on to our items, okay? So that's the adjustment that we're making today. And let's begin then. We start off with Supervisor Mitchell for your questioning.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I fully support a time limit on these presentations on a go-forward basis. So thank you so much. The more I hear it, I just, Dr. Contreras, I don't even really have the words. One thing that struck me in reading this and in the presentation I was a part of yesterday was the admin cut. The state budget, the money rolls down from the federal government. There's admin, shared costs between state and feds, and the state budget passed with a fixed dollar amount with admin allocated to the counties. Does HR 1, the difference in the admin methodology, impact us differently than what you anticipated based on the passage of the state budget?
No, I reported to this board that the county, the $56.4 million is what the county would need in order to draw down the state and federal dollars. That is directly related to what our CEO has presented in the cost shift from the feds to the state. Okay. The state is honoring our regular 70-30 formula. So that 56.4 million for the county represents that increased amount. So instead of contributing 15%, we now have to contribute 22.5%. And that's the gap that we would have to fill to continue to draw down state and federal funds.
So then it's not going to get worse. I thought that number was going to get worse based on, so the 70-30 split is still being honored by the state.
Correct. Correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. Supervisor Hahn.
I mean, you know, these presentations are just going to continue to be grim and gloom and doom, and we have to hear it, and then we have to figure out how the county responds. If I was just a normal person paying my taxes, has the federal government reduced our federal income taxes? Do we know the answer to that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of. Yeah, I just want everybody to realize that we're paying the same amount of taxes, and they are continuing to give back less to us, and that would make me mad if I was a taxpayer, and maybe we should ask for a rebate. How about that? Okay, that's my only comment.
Thank you. Supervisor Horvath. No? Okay, my only comment is that we know already California and LA County is a donor state. We give in a big, disproportionate amount of funding to subsidize other states, and not just for the CalFresh program, but FEMA and a whole lot of other set programs that people need because disasters come up, disease comes up. The fact that we don't maybe even have enough vaccines, we help to subsidize places that don't even want to honor their use. So, yes, indeed. So with that, I just want to note that yes, it is important for us to have this data and information, and as we understand more how to message it, and then work with our leadership in Sacramento and our federal members who are aligned with us, with the county, so that they fully can appreciate what we're going through and have them continue this dialogue. Okay. Yes, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as I listened to, Supervisor Hahn, and to add insult to injury, when you think about the accumulative impact, we're going to hear in a future presentation about the work requirements, suggesting that, people who receive Medi-Cal don't work. Far too many of them work for companies that don't provide health insurance, and so we do. But it's the cumulative impact. So I look forward to the work requirements conversation. But when you think about those who are Medi-Cal recipients, who are also SNAP recipients, who will, the housing vouchers are called into question. I think there's been a reduction to subsidized childcare. I see we are joined today by members of 2015, as I understood and internalized for the first time yesterday. Many of their clients are Medi-Cal recipients. And so if they lose their Medi-Cal, they will lose their IHSS coverage as well. So when you think about the compound impact of all these cuts on the same people, it is all the more offensive and devastating. And to Supervisor Hahn's point, did anybody get a tax break? Maybe not anybody here, because it's those top 1% that they are cutting from all of us to afford that tax break. So again, this is a manufactured crisis, didn't have to be, and yet here we are. Thank you, Madam.
Yeah, and I just want to add, over 140 million has been allocated to ICE, DHS, for the purpose of carrying out this notion that there are people that we're subsidizing and that there's some kind of fraud going on, and these people have to be removed from eligibility lists. So it goes on, but nonetheless, we're going to stay vigilant. I think the public will know that, and our CEO and our staffs, our departments, and I appreciate you very much, Dr. Contreras, because I know you're helping to lead the way in Sacramento amongst your other responsibilities, as well as on LA Care, because this will devastate many of our healthcare plans as well, because the same numbers of families are also going to be impacted there. and many of them are just getting by paycheck to paycheck. We know that. So with that,
Madam Chair, if I may just suggest for future presentations, it would be helpful to highlight what action steps the county is taking. Again, I think I mentioned a version of this last time. I think it's helpful to really have a clearly painted picture, but I also think it's helpful to understand how people should expect to experience this in their neighborhoods and in their communities, and what the county is doing either to counteract, or if we have to succumb to what we are experiencing, what they will experience, what they will see happen in their communities, so we understand what action steps are being taken to fight in the ways that we can, and to adjust in the ways that we will have to.
Okay, very good. With that, then, let's call those members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item. Executive Officer.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Michael Tubbs, Anton Farmby, Paul Vallejo, Arnulfo de la Cruz, Carmen Roberts, Lester Garcia, Carol Thomas, David Green, Rafi Bezjian, Karina Macias, Rosa Anderson, Maria Cibrian, Leilani Reed, Maria Diaz, Clara Kim, Patricia Santana, Lee Ming Lu. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address matter 1, if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, can we have the first remote speaker, please?
Thank you. Our first participant today, one moment. Our first participant is Mark Ramos. Your line is open. If you're muted, please unmute and speak directly into your phone. You may begin.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the board. My name is Mark Ramos, President, United Food Commercial Workers Local 1428, and the Chair of the Los Angeles County Democratic Party. I am here today to support the members of SCI 2015. It is time to invest in the health care of our community and the workers who provide that care. In-home support service employees help people stay safe in their homes, preserving dignity and saving taxpayers billions in avoided nursing home costs. They are the largest low-income workforce in California. They have gone far too long without a contract, and it's time to make things right. Let's offer SEIU 2015 members the same dignity and respect they provide for their patients. These are some of the most important and yet some of the most undervalued workers in our healthcare system. We can no longer ignore their value. It's time to step up and support the members of SEIU 2015. Hard decisions have to be made, but the care will have to go on, and these folks have earned every single thing they are asking for. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you taking the time today to listen to me.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Moderator, can we have the next speaker, please?
Byron Jose, your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. Good morning, Board. Byron Jose with the Transpacific Coalition. Thank you to SB2 to ensuring that this presentation is held and that we're having this conversation. While we understand the Chair Pro Tem's unique position, given that she finds herself leading most of these meetings or significant parts of these meetings, we appreciate her flexibility in ensuring that we can continue to have this conversation. So yeah, let's not be like the federal government. Let's not spend all of our money on ICE or on car steal systems or on the police or the sheriff's executing gangs. And then lastly, let's make sure that we continue to invest our budget in NCC and care for our communities. There's no attachment on the agenda for this presentation. We know that the CEO is the only department and office that gets to function without the rules don't apply to them, but it'll be helpful for the community, whether we're having these items or not, being held for us to be able to track this conversation. And the departments need to be ready, offices need to be ready for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Eric Previn, your line is open. You may begin.
Thank you. Obviously, I agree that bad news doesn't necessarily get better with age, but I also understand that we don't want it to be endlessly repetitive, although I like, as you know, repetition. And thanks to City Hall for releasing that they only paid $1,000 an hour for their Covington Burling group. Now, if we paid more, Harrison, this is not I'm not worried about it, but I'd just like to know exactly what we paid benchmark for all those important reasons. But in terms of the horrible news about SNAP and the ongoing torrent of bad news coming out of federal headquarters, I would suggest we start to tug on the sleeves of philanthropy a little bit for some of this, and also to engage. I mean, the federal government can't withdraw services that have been agreed until there's sufficient time to make other arrangements. So, are you fucking kidding me comes to mind. But let's keep our heads on straight.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
3 weeks off. 3 weeks. Yeah.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin. Mr. Humphreys, it looks like you went out of queue. Please re-queue up. We'll go to Megan Rich. Your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning. My name is Megan Rich, and I'm a community engagement intern with La Defensa. Year after year, LA County directs a huge share of its budget to law enforcement while cutting critical health and social services. We're investing in systems that harm our communities. Just recently, the county agreed to a $4 billion settlement because correctional officers sexually abused youth in county facilities. That's not public safety, that's state-sanctioned violence. Instead of funding abuse, cages, and lawsuits, we should invest in housing, mental health care, youth programs, and addiction treatment, services proven to keep us safe and thriving. I urge you to shift funding from law enforcement to community-based care, fix Measure J, and fully fund it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Roy Humphreys, your line is open. You may begin.
Okay, yes, I agree with the previous speaker. Stop spending money on obstructing ICE and the federal government enforcing the immigration violations that this state and this county have been instrumental in for decades. And if you spend one penny, if you just stop spending money on illegal aliens, especially those that came in under the Biden situation, millions of them, then we would have plenty of money. And you got to start Uncle Sugar on that. And I'm surprised that Eric Previn hasn't come up and do the delineation between legal and illegal immigrants. It's shameful. And again, I can't wait till some of you people are replaced forever. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
We'll go Maya Hendricks. Your line is open. You may begin.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Maya Hendricks, and I am a resident of District 3 and a member of the Reimagine LA Coalition, as well as La Defensa. I appreciate Supervisor Holly Mitchell this morning for making sure that this item was heard. Thank you. It is important that we have these conversations. I would like to urge you to divest from the carceral spending that we are doing. The carceral department gets over 12% of our budget due to public protection, but as stated earlier, we're committing state-sanctioned harm on our youth. So if we reinvest that money into community-based services, fully fund Measure J, as we fix it, then we'll be in a much better position. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Thank you. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Hi, my name is Rafi Bezjan. I am an SCIU 2015 home care provider, and I live in Supervisor Catherine Barger District. We are tired of being sidelined and told that the county simply does not have the budget to invest in us. Home care needs to be the priority for LA County. Right now, we are in a crisis that is wearing caregivers down more and more each day. Our community allies are here to remind you that the Los Angeles County relies on the care we provide, and we have allies ready to speak on our behalf. We are essential workers. We were on the front lines of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we continue to fight on the front lines of the care crisis impacting the Los Angeles County. While you are out on recess, we will be the ones providing care to the same folks who voted you into office. We are tired of going unheard.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
In care. Thank you.
Thank you, Rafi. Good morning, Supervisors. Arnulfo de la Cruz, President of SCIU 2015. At our last meeting, you asked us to be creative to resolve this contract. We did. Working with PASC, we passed a proposal Friday that would redirect an estimated $420 million total and excess healthcare spending over 3 years toward wages for caregivers. We've stepped up We're working to move the process forward. We've been patient. Now it's your turn, and the clock is running out. We're about to head into a 2-week recess. We've done our work. We're please asking for your leadership to step up. Thank you and appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Hold the applause, please. Lift your hands if you support. Thank you.
Muy buenos días. Mi nombre es María Cibrián y soy una proveedora de cuidado en casa de SIU 2015 y vivo en el distrito de la supervisora Lindsay Harbour. Supervisora Harbour, muchos de nosotros ya casi no llegamos al fin de mes. Cada día que pasamos sin contrato, nuestras vidas se vuelven más difíciles y el cuidado en el condado de Los Ángeles sufre.
Good morning. My name is Maria Cibrian, and I am a home care provider for SEIU 2015, and I live in Ms. Lindsay Horvath's district. Supervisor Horvath, we barely make it to the end of the month, and if we do not get a contract, every single day that we don't get a contract, our lives are harder, and we are the ones that are taking care of LA, and we are suffering.
Juntos todos podemos poner fin a este sufrimiento. Juntos podemos trabajar para solucionar la crisis de cuidado que está haciendo estragos en Los Ángeles. Pero tiene que comenzar con que esta junta ponga el cuidado en primer lugar.
Together, we can put an end to this. We can stop the suffering. Together, we can work to resolve this crisis, to take care of all of the difficulties in LA. But it starts here with this board. We need to be first for care.
Todo lo que pedimos es un contrato que honre y reconozca el duro trabajo que hacemos en el condado de Los Ángeles y lo hacemos todos los días. En este momento no estamos recibiendo eso. No nos ofrecen prácticamente nada. Merecemos ser una prioridad. Después de todo, priorizamos el bienestar de nuestros beneficiarios muy por encima del nuestro.
All of what we're asking for is for you to recognize our hard work, the providers of the County of Los Angeles that we do every single day. In this moment, we're not receiving anything. You're offering us practically nothing. We deserve priority. After that, we prioritize those that we take care of over ourselves.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. Carmen Roberts, Executive Vice President of 2015. We've been here week after week after week after week, and we know that you start your recess next week. Probably the best part of it is that you won't have to hear from us on Tuesday. But we've shared our struggles. We've told you about the urgency to address the care crisis. We've asked you over and over and over to honor us with a respectable contract. And yet, all we've been told so far is no. With our goal at arriving at an agreement at Labor Day, being around the corner and a 2-week recess ahead, we are almost out of time. We need a fair contract now because care can't take a recess, and neither should our fight for dignity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Rosa Andreessen, and I'm an SEIU 2015 home care provider. I live in Supervisor Janice Hahn's district. Janice Hahn, you already know why I'm up here. I'm asking that this board use their power to help get our contract that we need. Our community allies see our desperation. They see our hurt. They see how frustrated we are doing this for months at this point. If our community allies can see all this, how can you all be indifferent to what we are going through? We are essential workers. Without us, there is no care system. LA care system will be devastated. Thousands of people would have to go to nursing facilities. We save the county money in addition to helping older adults and people with disabilities. What we do is public service. We need you to make us priority. Give us a contract we need.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Michael Tubbs, founder of End Poverty in California. And I'm here precisely because I think we all understand the dignity of the work of the IHSS workers. We know the care work they do is essential, but I think the discussion before us moving forward is how do we honor the dignity of the worker? We know there's nothing dignified about the living wage in LA County being $27 an hour, yet they make $16.50 an hour. We know there's nothing dignified about the fact that 80% work other jobs, that over 60% are on public assistance, all while doing the work we know is important to powering our community. So the ask here isn't an easy ask. We know there's no easy solutions. We know that we're in perilous times, but we also know that we have elected leaders who are enlightened, who have made poverty abolition in LA a priority. And we're looking forward to continued discussion and dialogue to get to a point where we honor the dignity of the work of the workers by honoring the dignity of the workers themselves.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Lester Garcia with SEIU Local 99, representing about 60,000 education workers and family child care providers in LA County and resident of the 1st District. We're here today in support of our brothers and sisters at Local 2015. I'm also the proud son of an IHSS worker. My mother has required support for the last 30 years since she suffered a stroke. And what we're calling on today, or what we're here to say is Local 99, is really to lean on the courage of this body. We understand that we live in very difficult times. We understand that the budget is not ideal. However, this is a time where we demonstrate our courage. This is the exact situation that we elected you for, because we believe in your leadership and we believe in your ability to be able to navigate these waters. And so let the county match the courage that our members demonstrated during the pandemic and make the budgetary decisions necessary to ensure the dignity, respect, and vitality of our home care workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Anton Farmby. I'm the Vice President of SEIU USWW. We stand proud with our brothers and sisters in LA County caregivers today because we support home care workers. You support the very foundation of care in Los Angeles County. These are workers, mostly women of color, who take care of seniors and people with disabilities to live in dignity and safety at home. Yet many of them can't afford rent, food, or medication themselves. We know that the county is facing tough budget choices, but investing in IHSS isn't just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do. With 83 cents of every dollar in wages is covered by the state and federal funding, that's a return on a program that can't be matched. Let's stop asking caregivers to subsidize the system with their poverty. They've earned a fair contract, now it's time to deliver. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Carol Thomas. I'm a SEIU 2015 home care provider, and I live in Supervisor Catherine Barger's district. The patience and resilience of care providers are undeniable. Each day that passes without a contract, the weight on our backs gets heavier, and we are tired. The board has the choice and the power to help us get the contract that we've been in desperate need of for over half a year. But you're about to leave for recess. My question is, how can you walk away leaving us barely hanging on? I'll tell you why. You haven't taken the initiative to stop and listen for 1 minute when we are speaking. This tells us without a doubt you haven't heard not one word any of us has said. So hear this. Invest in us. Invest in home care. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
안녕하십니까. 클라라 킴입니다. 저는 SEIU 2022 간병인이고 제가 거주하는 지역은 홀리 미셸 슈퍼바이저입니다. 미셸 슈퍼바이저님, 아시겠지만 LA 카운티는 지금 간병의 위기에 있습니다. 그런데 권력을 가진 많은 분들이 변명과 무관심으로 응대하고 있습니다. 저희는 LA 전 지역에 의료를 지원하는 중요한 필수 노동자들입니다. 문제는 그런 대우를 받지 못하고 있습니다. 아직까지도 단체 협약을 통해서 정당한 임금을 제시받지 못했습니다. 물론 여러분들이 하시는 게 많고 이제 또 휴회도 하지만 그런 기간에도 저희는 수혜자들을 돌봅니다. 물론 우리를 지지하는 지지자들과 또 수혜자들은 이미 슈퍼바이저 위원회가 돌봄을 최우선으로 하지 않는 것을 알고 있습니다. 그래서 이것은 바뀌어져야 됩니다. 지금 당장 바뀌어져야 합니다.
Good morning. My name is Clara Kim. I'm an SEIU 2015 care provider. I live in Supervisor Holly Mitchell's district. Supervisor Mitchell, LA County is in a healthcare crisis, but people with power are responding carelessly and indifferently. We are essential healthcare workers. What we do is to provide critical medical care to the LA County area. Every day we go without a contract is another day that allows the crisis to worsen. While you delay providing a fair wage increase to hardworking caregivers, our clients' lives are being put in greater danger. Just like our community allies who support us, we know that you are not prioritizing our service recipients in your decisions. This must change, and it must change immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Leilani Reed. I'm an SEIU 2015 home care provider, and I live in Supervisor Holly Mitchell's district. Supervisor Mitchell, you've spoken in the past about how you recognize and value the care we provide to folks living in LA County. But here's the thing. We're not just valuable workers, we're essential workers. We're ensure that people can receive care in the comfort and dignity of their homes. What we do support the entire LA County healthcare system. Our work is vital, and in many cases, it saves lives. Every day that we go without a contract is another day that we are allowing LA care crisis to get worse. Remember, all those community allies we have to support us, I'm mentioning them to remind you, our Board of Supervisors, what you seem to have forgotten, that care is essential to Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Madam Chair and honorable members. My name is Karina Macias, council member for the city of Huntington Park, and I'm here for the over 1,500 caregivers that are in my city, but I'm also here as a proud SIU 2015 member and caregiver for 10 years now. Rosalind Carter once said that there are only 4 kinds of people in the world: those who are currently caregivers, those who have been caregivers, those who will be caregivers, and those who will need caregivers. All of us in this room are in the same boat. You hold in your hands the responsibility and the leadership for the budget to reflect the care for the thousands in this county that are the backbone of caregiving for our most vulnerable here, not only in the county, but in the state. In these unprecedented times, and especially in these times, IHSS caregivers need a contract. We're not promised tomorrow, they need it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Sí, buenos días. Mi nombre es Patricia Santana. Les pido a mis compañeros que me den su luz para poder encender la luz de la llama de sus corazones.
Hello, good morning. My name is Patricia Santana, and I ask my sisters and brothers to give me your light. Give me your light so that we can go ahead and turn on those lights that shine through our hearts.
Soy un miembro orgulloso de SIU Local 2015 y el día de hoy estamos aquí nuevamente con esta cara de veras, de coraje y de desesperanza con ustedes.
And I am a member of SEIU 2015, and once again, we are here, once again, with our face angry, upset, disappointed with all of you.
Supervisores, necesito que todos entiendan algo. Cada día que nos quedamos sin contrato, la crisis de cuidado en Los Ángeles empeora.
Supervisors, I need all of you to understand something. Every day that we go without a contract, the care crisis in Los Angeles gets worse.
Este programa solamente es el oxígeno para los consumidores y los proveedores, y ustedes nos tienen sin oxígeno.
This program is oxygen for the providers and consumers, and you have us without any oxygen.
Nosotros como comunidad no podemos permitirnos seguir dejando que la crisis de cuidado empeore.
We as a community cannot afford to keep letting the care crisis get worse.
Es hora de que la Junta de Supervisores tome un paso adelante. No puedo creer cómo ustedes se van a ir de vacaciones. Quiero que ustedes se lleven esto en sus corazones. Cuando ustedes estén descansando, piensen que nosotros no tomamos vacaciones. No estamos descansando y ustedes nos tienen sin contrato.
It's time for the supervisors to take action and take a step forward. I can't believe it. I mean, think about it. When you go on vacations, you take vacations. Think about it. We don't get any rest. We don't get any vacations when you guys are out there.
Despierten sus corazones, porque aquí todos los trabajadores de cuidado en casa los necesitamos a ustedes. Hagan lo correcto.
Look into your hearts, please, because all of the home care workers here need you, and do the right thing.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
你好，我叫卢丁明，我是一名家护工，也是 ACIU 2015的会员。我住在 Hilda Solis 的选区。作为一名护理人员，我正在洛杉矶日益严峻的护理危机的第一线。
Hi, my name is Li Ming Liu. I'm a SEIU 2015 home care provider, and I live in Supervisor Hilda Solis District. As a care provider, I'm on the front lines of LA's growing care crisis.
所以，今天会议结束后，监事会们进入休会期，而我仍将继续为你们的选民继续做护理服务。我作为一个基础行业的护理人员，我全心全意地照顾我的护理对象。
So while you all break from recess after today, I will continue to provide care for your constituents. I will continue to be an essential worker and devote all of my effort to making sure that my recipients have what they need.
今天我们有劳工家庭、民选官员，还有社区组织和宗教的领袖们，他们都知道我们的角色在洛杉矶来说是多么重要，对这个医疗的系统。
We're supported today by working families, elected officials, community organizations, and faith leaders. They know how essential we are to LA's healthcare system.
现在是你们监事会员们，该用行动来对我们洛杉矶医疗护理系统的关心和支持和重视，而不是只是说说而已。
Now it's time for you, our Board of Supervisors, to show us, not tell us, how much you actually care about care in Los Angeles. Our patient is wearing thin. We need action, not empty talk.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Alex Rivera, and I'm with ACIU USWW. I'm here today to urge LA County supervisors to ensure that responsible contracting in the county is upheld. The county is contracting non-union employers, and this is wrong. Workers deserve a seat at the table to help shape contracts that affect their livelihoods. I'm also here to stand in solidarity with SEIU 2015, the 240,000 LA County IHSS caregivers demanding a fair contract. Because when you support home care workers, you support the very foundation of care in Los Angeles County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Paul Vallejo, and I am an organizer with SEIU Local 2015. Our caregivers in LA County are being left behind. We have been coming to this meeting week after week to demand that the county and the Board of Supervisors give us a fair contract. We understand the budget constraints, but it's moments like these that require leadership. Leadership to be creative and work with partners to find solutions, not just ignore us by providing nothing to our workers. These workers also deserve dignity and respect. They are an essential component to the county's healthcare system. They are essential workers all the time, not just when we have pandemics. Our long-term care workers save all of us taxpayers money. How? By keeping hospitals, clinics, and long-term care facilities from being overwhelmed, being unwilling to give a raise to folks that are working every day to care. Sisters and brothers, I'm asking you all to take a stand. What do we want? When do we want it?
Thank you. Please. Okay, let's have some order. Go ahead. We're recognizing our county council.
This is your first warning. You're being disruptive to the conduct of the meeting.
Okay, we're going to move on, but before we do that, I do have a question for our CEO. Yes, we are going to be dark here, but doesn't mean our work at the county doesn't stop. Can you please give us some information as to where we are right now in terms of our discussions that you're having, that those are going to keep on going? Is that correct?
That is correct. So Supervisor, even if we won't have Board of Supervisors meetings for the next 2 weeks, the county and its employees continue to work, including work on these proposals. Essentially, where we are in the agreement, Supervisor, I've been doing his presentations about our budget situation. And our discussions with SEIU has been allow us time to see what's going to happen when we do the final phase of our budget. If I were forced to come to the board with a recommendation 2 months ago before supplemental, I don't think that the offer that the CEO would have recommended would have been something that SEIU would have liked. And so what we have asked them is, can you give us more time to see what happens with our budget as it develops? And so there are 2 things that are happening. We're preparing for our final budget phase. That'll happen in September. And we also know that we have these impacts from the federal government. And so the conversations continue. And the fact that we are continuing the conversations, I think, should be taken. The fact that we are continuing the conversations means that we're still trying to find a path forward. If we thought that there were absolutely not a path forward, if there was absolutely nothing else to talk about, we would not continue the conversations. And that may not be as definitive as you would like, but that's where we are with our discussions.
So what we're doing is we continue to have these discussions with your team and SEIU 2015 at the top leadership level and pass, right? And continue to figure out where we go. And am I correct?
Yes, that is correct. I mean, the question is, will there be funding available, considering everything else that's on the table, to do anything in terms of trying to close this table? I mean, that really is the question.
Right.
And it's a complicated one. The budget situation is dynamic and it changes every week, as you can see by us providing additional and new information regarding our budget situation.
Right.
We also understand that there may be a new proposal from 2015, so we've asked them to provide us the new proposal as soon as possible.
Okay, and that was mentioned by their president.
Correct.
Earlier by Mr.
So we
De La
have
Cruz.
asked Mr. De La Cruz if he could provide us a proposal as soon as possible.
Okay, very good. Then the work goes on. Thank you very much, folks. This was a
Madam
receiving
Chair,
file.
can I also, thank you for saying that, and I appreciate your clarification. And just to all the workers, particularly those of you who do come down here on Tuesdays, you're gathering outside before the meeting and then coming in here and expressing your concerns. Want you to know, I can speak for myself, that I listen to you. I certainly hear you. I certainly want you to know that we have prioritized this, and every time we go into closed session to talk about our labor updates, this is something that all of us want to see a pathway forward. We don't like the fact that you have not had a renewed contract. We want you to. We just want you to know that we really do appreciate the work you're doing. It doesn't feel like it to you, I'm sure. But as Karina Macias quoted Rosalind Carter, either we have been a caregiver, we're going to need to have caregiving, or our family is going to be dependent on it. So we know the work that you do is important. We trust that we are going to try to figure this out in a way that we can. Thank you.
Is that it, CEO? Your mic is on.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, very good. Thank you again for coming, everyone. And this is a receive and file. This was a set. Let's move on now to item 14.
We will now move on to item 14, maintaining transparency in board policymaking through the cluster review process.
Or do we? I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, 14. Okay.
Okay, we will now move on to item 14, maintaining transparency in board policymaking through the cluster review process, which was held by Supervisor Mitchell. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. Fezia Davenport, CEO, and I are available for questions.
I'd have to. Executive Officer, can you please repeat that again? We're moving on to item number 14.
Yes, Madam Chair. We will now move on to item 14, maintaining transparency in board policymaking through the cluster review process, which was held by Supervisor Mitchell. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. Fezia Davenport, CEO, and I are available for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll start with Supervisor Mitchell, who held this item. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Colleagues, we spend a lot of time in board meeting talking about transparency and accountability and community-centered policymaking. And I believe that that is embodied in our current cluster review process because it allows all voices to be heard, not only in reactive moments, but early, thoughtfully, and collaboratively. Non-urgent motions have benefited the most. With the additional time and opportunity for public review, non-urgent motions are not rushed. Departments can engage meaningfully, motions are strengthened, the public has time to see what's coming and provide feedback, and the board advances better policies. So what today's motion does, the motion before us today ensures the process continues and adds accountability through a full year review of how it's working in practice. By institutionalizing this process and embedding it in board rules, we're committing to a more open and thoughtful approach to policy development. I would hope that we would not return to a system where a motion can appear only 72 hours before a vote, marginalizing both departmental input and public awareness. Extending and refining the process and adding the economic development cluster ensures that there is a meaningful dialogue before motions come before the board for a vote. We've had, as a result of an amendment to the motion that started this whole process, we've had a comprehensive evaluation of the 6 months of the pilot by the executive office, and they found that motion quality improved significantly during the pilot. Motion authors voluntarily chose to revise 53% of the motions based on cluster feedback, up over 20% from motions that we revised in the pre-pilot period. The report back also found that interdepartmental collaboration increased, particularly on complex items. Additionally, public participation and transparency improved in select clusters, with higher attendance for motions on issues of public concern, such as criminal, legal system reform, and homelessness. I know that when the first motion came forward, there were concerns that the county needs to be able to move quickly to respond to urgent needs, and that this process would somehow get in the way of that. But at least 55 substantive motions, not just rewards or proclamations, have bypassed the cluster review over the course of the 6-month pilot. And many of those have used the exemptions for emergencies, which we certainly have had, and urgency, consistent with the Brown Act, that were built into the pilot from day one. So I don't believe the process has hampered us from responding to the fires, probation, the federal immigration tax, or any of the other issues that justify urgency. I know that County Council and the parliamentarian have offered yet an additional way to circumvent the process by suspending Rule 22.1 that allows the cluster process to be bypassed. And so I think that for those who had concern about it slowing down the process, numerous avenues have been discovered and are utilized in order to do that. I would hope that we allow this process to continue as we continue, as for example, as the Measure G task force continues to consider and deliberate ways in which our governance structure should be improved. I fully hope and suspect that as they review national models and state models, since every other county in California has some kind of committee process, that at least our cluster process in the interim, while the Measure G task force does their work, can continue, allowing us to be continue to be transparent and collaborative and have a community-centered policymaking process. So in closing, Madam Chair, more than any other level of government, we rely on the trust of our constituents in our decision-making, especially in those emergencies where we are the closest position to move quickly. We continually talk about that. The trust is in part because of an open, consistent, rules-based governing process, and that allows for meaningful public engagement and thoughtful deliberation, even when it sometimes may be inconvenient. Thorough discussions also help to ensure that there are no errors or unintended consequences to policymaking when we're putting forward policies, no matter how well-intentioned they may be. I'm reminded again of an African proverb: if you want to go fast, you go alone, but if you want to go far, we go together. And I believe that the cluster process that brings forward all the key stakeholders, departments, the public, other board offices, is a meaningful way in which we can go together in developing policy that best meets the needs of 10+ million residents. So I urge the support of this motion so we can move policy together. The cluster review process is a tool for co-governance that keeps policymakers, departments, and residents in sync and engaged, and ensures policy isn't just made for the public, but made alongside and with the public. I've got a couple questions for the executive officer, if I may. Sure. Thank you. To the executive office, what evidence does your evaluation of the pilot and report back show regarding how often non-urgent motions were revised or improved through the cluster process versus direct submission to the board?
Thank you, Supervisor. To evaluate the impact of introducing motions during cluster meetings, the Executive Office conducted a comparative analysis of motion activity before and after the adoption of the pilot program. The review focused on 2 5-month periods. The first period, from September 10th, 2024 through January 14th, 2025, preceded the introduction of motions at cluster meetings. During this time, 10 board meetings produced a total of 236 motions filed. After excluding 96 motions deemed exempt under Section 22.2F of the board rules, 140 motions remain eligible for analysis. Of these, 44 were subsequently revised on a supplemental agenda. That's resulting in a 31.4% revision rate. The second period was from January 21st through 2025 through May 13, 2025. This included 12 board meetings held after the implementation of the cluster process, with a total of 170 motions filed. During this time, 47 motions were introduced through the cluster process, with 25 undergoing revisions or amendments after the cluster meeting, resulting in a 53.2% revision rate. The comparison reviewed two key findings: the total number of motions submitted by board offices after implementation of the cluster process fell by approximately 66 motions, and the revision rate increased by approximately 22 percentage points after the cluster pilot.
Thank you. And one more question, Madam Chair, if I may. Mr. Executive Officer, what feedback, if any, did you receive from departments, and what was their recommendation about continuing the process?
So we received some specific feedback through surveys and conversations from many departments, including the CEO's office. I believe we had about 13 county departments respond to our surveys and converse with our staff, providing feedback that revealed a range of perspectives, highlighting key benefits, current challenges, and recommendations to improve the overall process. We received many positive responses, but they also pointed out the need for improvement. For example, we received this from the CEO's office. They stated their support of the motion cluster process because it provides an opportunity for the CEO's office to evaluate motions and provide meaningful feedback.
And so what were some of the challenges that departments expressed?
Some of the challenges from the cluster pilot program included things like extended timelines. Participants identified challenges related to the overall timeline associated with cluster review. This would include routing motions through clusters, which extended the time required for placement on the board agenda by several weeks. And some noted the cluster process added delays affecting their ability to respond effectively to emerging needs.
Okay, that's curious given the number of motions that actually circumvented the cluster process. I think that we have certainly seen that there's a way, if it's an emergency, if there's an issue that requires our immediate attention, that there are multiple pathways through which a motion can circumvent the cluster process. But you know, it's also about planning and being thoughtful to factor in the timeline. So, Madam Chair, thank you very much, Mr. Executive Officer, for your report back and your evaluation of the pilot. And I ask for an aye vote on today's motion. Thank you.
Do I see any members on the dais that want to be recognized on this item? No? Supervisor Hahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, you know, I was a co-author on the original motion, and I believe even that motion had a compromise to make it 6 months. And, you know, I actually have mixed feelings about this. But, you know, my biggest mixed feeling was I felt like that's what made the county unique, was our ability to respond quickly, to pivot, to be, you know, lean and mean, as opposed to the state. No offense to all of you who work to the state, or you know, even or thank you, I'll take that. But I left when I could. But it's clear you've shot down a lot of my arguments as it related to that by saying, anytime the county really does need to respond to an emergency, whether it's the wildfires or, you know, something homeless, you know, I think I've bypassed it sometimes when I felt like it was urgent that we act. And so that still exists for us. I will tell you, my staff had mixed feelings as well. It was almost evenly divided by those who, you know, felt it was just one more kind of layer of bureaucracy, one more meeting that they had to attend. But the other half actually appreciated it. And they said it gave them more time to hear concerns about maybe one of my motions and maybe make adjustments. It also helped them, according to one of them, to brief me better when it came time for the board meeting. So as much as I kind of wanted to you know, end this, I think I can support continuing it based on the fact that I think it helps both sides. It helps those who do want to see us be more transparent. It helps those who do want to weigh in. It helps my staff, some of them, to better understand each other's motions and brief me better when it comes time for me to know. And I think it also serves my wish and need that the county still be able to react quickly and urgently when we need to. So it works because we can bypass it. So I don't know if that's the ultimate goal of transparency, but I think that's kind of where I'm landing today.
Supervisor Horvath?
Thank you. To our executive office, I read in the report, and so I want to be corrected if I'm wrong. For those open to continuing the pilot in some form, the consensus was that substantial structural changes, including increased flexibility, better technology, clearer timelines, and more meaningful public and departmental engagement would be required for the process to be successful and worthwhile. Can you give some sort of examples around what that might look like?
So I think some of the challenges of what we've experienced is there was some ambiguities to some of our processes, and some additional clarity by the board would assist. For example, we have certain items on the agenda like A items, proclamations, declared emergencies, appointments, board calendar changes, things like that. That required a little bit more clarity. And so even though we have this cluster process, I think it'd be helpful if the board provided a little bit more guidance as it relates to those items. As it relates to, forgive me, there was an additional questions about some of the challenges again. Can you repeat the question?
The way I read this report back, it sounds like if it were, the recommendation was if it were to continue, that it should be changed to address some of these concerns. Is that an accurate assessment of the report?
That's correct.
Directive. So I guess my understanding of why this was introduced in the first place is to improve transparency and to improve our public process overall, and that the report back and having it on as a pilot is to help us improve this process if we're going to continue it. The challenge I'm faced with today is this report back explicitly says there are things, very specific things, that it would want to see changed in order for this process to be refined and actually improved. But the motion before us doesn't give any directives to do anything different. And so I'm concerned that we're just perpetuating a system we've already identified as having an opportunity to have improvements to the process, and we're skipping that opportunity to not improve it. So I guess from where I sit, I very much hear the desire for increased transparency and engagement and discussion. What I don't want us to do is to continue to fall short when we've recognized that we're falling short and we have ways to improve it. And so I guess that's sort of where I'm like, why would we not today? Why would we bring forward a motion that says, let's just continue it without making any changes?
Mitchell, you want to respond?
Absolutely, I appreciate that. I think, the challenge, I think, for everyone was the shortened time frame, the shortened on-ramp, the 6 months. And so the motion today is to give us the year and absolutely entertain those ways of which to improve it. If we can get a year, I think the next motion, I'd be happy to partner with anybody on the board that's willing, is to figure out what those specifics are. Would also ask those who are in the cluster process to provide us with those specific recommendations. When today's motion went before the cluster, because it didn't skip the process, there were no suggestions brought forward. So I'm completely open to hearing ways in which we can improve it. I think the first step was to actually extend the pilot. If we get that agreement, I think that there will then be buy-in, hopefully from your offices and the departments who express the challenges, to figure out how to make it better. 6 months was a short window. We then had the emergencies, which we, found and expanded the opportunities through 22.1, ways in which it could be circumvented. So this step is to expand it. I'm completely open to making it as good as it can possibly be. Remembering that the cluster motion existed before this. We brought it forward, before Supervisor Hahn and I brought it forward, for board letters. We expanded it to include board motions, again, for the transparency, and in an effort to create a infrastructure in which good public policy could be brought forward. So I'm open to ideas about the changes. I think we have to commit that we're going to do this for a year.
Supervisor Horvath, are you contemplating perhaps amending this and saying that we can come back also in this 6-month period, or maybe even 3 months, to say that those items that were identified by our EO to come back with what those concerns and challenges are? Because I do have some concerns as well. And I do want to see.
I have no proposed amendments. So if you want to make a suggestion, I guess that's the motion to just continue it another 6 months undoes the compromise that I think the board came to initiate this process. So in my view, if we were taking that 6 months to actually improve the process, then this next step would integrate some of those recommendations that have been brought forward in this board report. So I guess that was where I'm at, but I'm happy to hear if there are other amendments to consider.
I would be happy. I don't know that we would even need to wait 3 months since we've done the pilot. We have a report. We would be more than happy to work collaboratively with folks to figure out what those improvements would be. I don't think in the 6 months with piloting it, we could have come back now, particularly not getting input from anybody in the cluster process on what those changes would be. Our commitment, our effort was to try to extend it, and again, more than happy to take the recommendations from the report and those departments who expressed the challenges and work collaboratively with them to figure out how to improve it.
So what I would wanted to raise also, and if you want to defer to me, Supervisor Horvath, I have continued concerns, and really it's more about, we've gone through 6 months, but there are still a lot of kinks in the process. And I want to say that my staff has had mixed feelings about it, in part because sometimes there is confusion. And one that has come to me is the fact that we are not also providing our communities who have language access issues. We don't have appropriate interpreters there at the cluster meetings, and that should never happen. If you want to talk about transparency, it's got to start at the cluster level, yes, but we need to make sure that that happens. Number two, sometimes because these are time limited, there may be more discussion that's ongoing between offices as opposed to hearing from the public. And I think that that's unfair because in many ways, some of my constituents have not been able to speak. They've cut off the time because there's a 2-hour limit or whatever it might be. But nonetheless, that has to be better organized or refereed, so to speak, so that there is input provided. So I also want to say that while we have the ability to bring urgency items before us as we are with our budget and with immigration, there may be other things that are going to be coming up that would also require our attention. And it could be something looming with our departments, having to release or let go of staff or rearrange a budget because we no longer have that flow of government funds from the federal and the state or anything else. So I also want to add a caveat there and amend this. And if I can, I'm sure we can share this amendment. And I'd like to read it as follows. I therefore move that the Board of Supervisors direct the Executive Office in consultation with County Council to update Section 22.1 of the rules of the Board to add the following additional exception under subsection F. And it reads, actions that are in response to or otherwise related to any action taken by the federal government, including all of its branches and any department, agency, or instrumentally under their authority may bypass the policy cluster review process. I believe that this would be a good compromise. It kind of adds that ability for the board when we do see something that comes up right away or we're hearing it from a department and we know it's going to have an impact, that we have the ability to move that. And I still think that we can continue on in a pilot till the end of the year. That's fine. But with these modifications, and then also making sure that our EO outlines what those challenges are so we are all publicly made aware of what that is and how to fix that. So that would be my amendment to this motion. Does that sound?
Let me just clarify. Well, I'm happy to accept the amendments. My understanding of the 22.1 revelation from County Council was that it could be used very broadly, but I'm fine with this added language because I think the examples you give here in your amended language have already been used in the execution of 22.1 thus far. But if this added language gives you more comfort, I'm fine. Like I said, my understanding is it's pretty broad. We could claim pretty much anything under 22.1 and have it waived through the process. But I accept the amendment. You did mention through the end of the year. And so you're proposing this amendment to the motion I brought forward to today? To be in concert, yeah. I accept your amendment.
Any discussion from do I need a second on that? Supervisor Hahn? Okay, if there are no other items to discuss here on the dais, then let's go to public comment. EO?
Madam Chair, unfortunately, we're not able to bring in callers at this time. For members of the public, if you would like to submit your comment, you can submit them through our public comment portal online or email them to executiveoffice@bos.lacounty.gov or return during general public comment later in the meeting. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Steve Neal, Jesus Rojas, Dr. Azrule Mohammed, Christine H. First speaker, please begin.
Good evening, esteemed supervisors. My name is Steve Neal. I'm with the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor, and we stand affirmatively behind a yes vote on item 14, which ensures that the board continues to give ample time for the public to weigh in before decisions are made. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Jesus Rojas for the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. AGLA strongly supports Supervisor Mitchell's motion for the continuation of the cluster's review process. It is a vital means for additional stakeholders' engagement and early input into the creation of new county ordinance. We also urge the homeless policy deputies meeting be included in the definition of a cluster. Housing is one of the most important issues for the county, and it is critical that all stakeholders are able to provide their input early in the process to help refine ordinances and avoid unintended harmful consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Isratullah Mohammed. I'm author of the Bureau Care to Custody Cemetery Pipeline and the B2C3A Pipeline Prevention Models. My remarks today are evidence-based and they're entered for historic accountability. Clusters have become key decision-making hubs, yet public participation is inconsistently applied and sometimes obstructed, as in the August 6th Health and Mental Health Cluster meeting, where comment was denied on agenda items tied directly to my submitted frameworks. Extending the cluster review process without enforcing equitable public access risks deepening the exclusion of lived experience voices. Transparency must mean open access, not procedural gatekeeping.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Christy Hernandez. I'm a resident and community advocate in unincorporated East Los Angeles, and I'm speaking in strong support of item 14. This pilot has promoted more transparent, accountable, and inclusive decision-making, values the board has committed to. The CEO study showed improved public participation in cluster meetings, and I've seen this firsthand during discussions about a recommended municipal advisory council for East LA. We hope we see similar public engagement when the report on annual budgets for unincorporated communities from May of 2024 is released, hopefully in the near future. As residents of unincorporated communities, we don't have city councils or mayors to provide input on policymaking. We have to travel here, downtown LA, and sit through hours-long meetings for 1 minute of public comment. That's not real access or true engagement. Extending the cluster process and giving 2 weeks notice before major motions gives the opportunity for folks to participate. Today, you have the opportunity to institutionalize fairness, transparency, and equity. Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the board, that concludes public comment on this item. Item 14 is before you.
EO, you have an announcement?
Yes, Madam Chair, we're having technical difficulties on our phone calls coming in, so we can move forward with the vote. We can move forward with the vote on this item. Members of the public on the phone, if you would like to submit your comments, you can email them on the public comment portal through the website or email executiveoffice@bos.lacounty.gov. That's executiveoffice@bos.lacounty.gov, or return under general public comment later in the meeting.
Okay.
Madam Chair, can I ask, we had speakers by phone on the last item. What happened?
I think something happened with our AT&T line. It stopped bringing people in. So we're working on it right now to try to bring everything back in. Just something technically just dropped out, and we're working on it.
Okay, I will offer a suggestion. I know this board has offered in the past, you know, we also serve on the Metro board, and we have a system that is used consistently there as well, and we haven't run into the same type or number of issues that we have with the system that we have here. So I just would offer that for consideration. It's ironic that it's this item, but it's frustrating that it's any item that we have this sort of inconsistent service from AT&T, and so I would just ask us to consider what all our options are so we do have consistent access for public comment. Thank you.
Understood.
Okay, with that, item 14 is before us as amended, moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Hahn. Please call the roll.
Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath? Aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn? Aye. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis? Aye. Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you very much. Let's move on now to the next item.
We will now move on to item 11, promoting further transparency and efficiency into county operational properties, which was held by Supervisor Hahn. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item.
Recognized, Supervisor.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, I know I'm not going to change anybody's mind on this, but I just feel like every time it's on our agenda for any reason, I want to say something. Let me start by saying I do support this motion, but I was surprised to learn that we would be spending over $290 million to retrofit a skyscraper that cost us only $200 million to purchase. And I agree there needs to be more transparency with taxpayers on what the gas company tower is actually going to cost the county. And I think this cost is just the tip of the iceberg. I learned recently that it's expected to cost over $60 million annually just to operate the gas company tower as a county office space. For comparisons, I think it only cost us $20 million annually to operate all of the office buildings that the CEO plans to consolidate in the gas company tower. I mean, again, I'm not going to convince anybody, but I just think there was a way that this could have worked if we had viewed this purchase more as a real estate investment where we could lease out office space and make a profit off of the commercial rental income. And I would have liked to have seen us use those profits to help pay for the earthquake retrofitting of this Hall of Administration and preserve our civic center for the public. So I'm fine with retrofitting that building if we're going to have county employees there. And I think this motion asks specifically for the CEO to identify and tell us where this money is coming from. But I just would like to see a better plan going forward to make this real estate purchase pencil out while our county budget is under such strain. I'm sure all the home health care workers, would be surprised to know that we're spending this kind of money right now at this time when we do have such, gloom and doom prospects for our budget. So that's all. Nobody needs to respond, but just know that I will probably say something every time I see this on our agenda. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I will recognize myself because I did put the motion before us. And what I've heard also is that, and we all know this, we're in some financial straits here in the county, and we hear that constantly. We just heard it again this morning, reiterated. And what I wanted to make sure is that we are also taking more of a surgical look at how we are spending our money and how and why and what our priorities are. We know we have our settlement payments that are all coming due, AB 2018, and more to come. That could also be up in the billions, right? Hopefully it isn't as high as what we agreed on, but you never know. We have ongoing and forthcoming cuts from the federal government, as we know, and also the continued recovery costs associated with the January 2025 wind and wildfire events, and just the fires in Passaic in the 5th District, or close to it in Ventura. But Ventura is not our county, but yes, it jumps over. It knows no boundaries. And we're going to have to figure out what that is. We also have lower expected property sales and tax revenue, as you have reminded us, CEO. And then we have our impending labor negotiations, all of which bring us to a point, I think, where we know that we want to help our employees. We heard from them. We heard from one bargaining group, but we've also heard from many others. And it is something that I think we need to look at in terms of how we're prioritizing our budget. So as was stated by Supervisor Hahn, we've already agreed, well, she didn't, we agreed to spend money to purchase that building, the tower, the $200 million. And we were informed at the time that one of the purposes was to realize substantial savings for the county by consolidating operations and avoiding leasing new spaces. But it has been 8 months now, and there has been little to no visibility into what progress, if any, we have made. My understanding is that the cost of county departments to lease space in the gas tower is around $3.50 per square foot. And by contrast, an example, DHS is renting space in Alhambra to decant the Figueroa building at a much higher cost. This is true also for other departments. And that's why, in part, I'm introducing the motion before us, because I want to see a report with an occupancy plan. I want to know how many people are there now, what that looks like, and how departments can utilize the building, including not renewing existing leases to realize cost savings for other buildings. So that also is something I want to take a look at. I'm also concerned about the potential costs being recommended for additional seismic retrofits, which we know are coming, and it's been publicized in the newspaper. It may exceed upwards of $400 million. So when you add all these things up, I think the public is saying, well, this is what you said to begin with, but now this is what's happening, and oops, we've got to make adjustments. But I think we need to be better planners and understanding that and being forthright with our public, because it does make me feel that we do have to have more information, because we are trying to meet the needs of our other obligations, which are, as I said earlier, our employees. They expect to also receive some type of support from us. We hear it repeatedly, and we need to find savings. And so that's what this motion does before us. So, Madam CEO,
Yes.
You want to respond?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to clarify and to correct the record. So a couple of things. We will not be spending $290 or $297 million to do seismic on the gas company tower. unless this board approves it. Under the board's current policy, we cannot spend, CEO cannot enter into a contract to spend money on seismic unless the board approves it. What's happening right now is, as what our office believed was a condition of acquiring the gas company tower, our takeaway from our discussions with the board, particularly the one on October 1st, 2024, where we provided the board with a proposed amount of the seismic. Coming out of that conversation, we thought that there was a desire to do seismic on the gas company tower so that we are comparing apples to apples. What would the cost be to do seismic on the Hall of Administration, and what would it cost to do the gas company tower? Coming out of that conversation, we work with Public Works. They have issued solicitations for folks to come in and design what that work would look like. So someone has to go in and do an analysis of the building, et cetera, et cetera. Those contracts and that solicitation has not been finalized. Even if it were finalized, we would have to come to the board to get the board's approval. The company would then go in and do the analysis. They would come in and tell us, this is the amount that it would cost. And then we would have to come back to the board to get approval to actually implement that work, as well as identify the funding to get that work done. The other point that I will make, just to be clear, it was never the CEO's recommendation to do the seismic on the gas company tower, because we understand and we know that under the, codes that were implemented at the time the tower was constructed, it is considered seismically compliant. And so that was not our recommendation. We thought that there was an interest of the board to make sure that we were comparing apples to apples. But even if that, our understanding was incorrect, we are not at a point in this process where we are spending $290 million or 297. What's happening is there was a solicitation out there led by Public Works asking us how much would this cost. So that's the first point. The second point I would say is right now, the gas company tower is cost neutral to the county. I don't know if it's still 60% occupied, but there are still tenants in that building paying rent, office amounts to lease the office space. And they will move out of the gas company tower on over a matter of time. And then the last point I will say is we have worked with your offices. We have done multiple briefings. We have issued a survey to the departments that are, slated to go into the gas company tower. We're trying to figure out what the needs are, what would they like, et cetera, et cetera. It's a process that's ongoing. But my takeaway here is that we need to do a better job of amplifying the work that is underway. We are working on a plan to stack the gas company tower and figure out which departments want, what their needs are and what wants to go where. It's not a process that's going to happen in 6 months. We know that there is some space that's available. And as a matter of fact, we have some departments there already. We have ICO and Department of Youth Development. And so as departments are ready to move and the space is ready to be occupied, we can start moving folks over. But the motion requests for us to come back with an occupancy plan. We're already working on it, and we'll be able to provide that to the board within a 60-day time period.
You said DYD, and who else is in there?
ITCO, the Independent Defense Panel from Public Defender.
Oh, yes, yes. So can you give us a number? How many bodies are in the building from the county? Do we have that?
Today, about 129. And we forecast to be 300 plus by the end of this calendar year.
By the end of the calendar year. So that would be next, that would be next year, right, 26?
No, by the end of 25, 300 plus.
Okay, okay. Because we tend to go from June to July, right?
It's calendar year.
Yeah,
calendar year.
So, so right now we're under, and I know there's there's an effort to move board offices in there, some of which have agreed and some have not. That's fine. But I guess for me, it's hard when information goes out to the press and it's alleged that, oh, the county's going to spend this, whatever, 297 million, as you say, and whether DPW issued the evaluation or proposal, RFP, to get the information back in terms of what it would cost, how did that get authorized? Did they make an independent judgment about that, or are they directed by your office, CEO, to do that?
I'll let John answer.
Yes. So because the information we presented in our analysis, we asked DPW to do an assessment from a seismic standpoint, just like they perform a seismic assessment across all the county properties. And so now that this is one of our properties, we put it in the queue for assessment as well.
Well, there's another piece of that answer too, is a couple of years ago, there was a motion directing the departments to do a seismic analysis of like the county buildings.
Right.
That report took a while to do, but it was completed at or near the time that we were in discussions about the gas company tower. And before the report was issued, the Hall of Administration was added to that report as one of the buildings that needed to be seismically addressed. I will say for the record, though, this is not the first time that we've had a report indicating that there needed to be this work on the hall. It was just updated in the report that was issued by Public Works.
Okay, so for me, I just wanted clarification there as to how did that get triggered? So there was an actual assessment. I understand that process. And we have several buildings that are, as you say, are going through that now. And Lord knows if we're going to have enough money to retrofit all of that. But that being said, the gas tower does meet city and county code. Maybe not as stringent, and we've talked about that before, as the county. And that's something that I want to better understand later as well. But for me, I think it's just, this is really just saying, give us information. And I agree, we're going to ultimately make the decision. But it's the manner in which it's done and how well we're informed as board offices. And I think that for me is important because we are in financial straits on other aspects, and we've been criticized, as we know, in this boardroom and in the public regarding how we're expending our funds. But I just want to be able to be clear.
Moving forward, after we do the report back mentioned in this motion, we will get on a cadence and provide reports to your staffs. We won't, to you and your staffs. Basically, that just provides a progress on where we are with the survey, the responses, who's moving in, what the stacking plan is, and more importantly, what the costs are.
Okay, let me turn to my members, Supervisor Horvath and then Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The directives, including obviously skipping cluster, I think given the information that was shared in the public, we needed to move this item with a sense of urgency. But the directives are to provide a written report back in 60 days that includes but is not limited to the financial sources for recommended additional seismic retrofit and an occupancy plan that shows the savings that has been, sort of talked about more generally. And I think that really speaks to Supervisor Solis's comments around having clarity around what next steps would be happening and how, and making sure we're making informed decisions. As our CEO reported this morning, on the county's dire fiscal outlook and the continued new challenges that are coming our way, we are in uncharted territory. And that's why I was surprised that we would be proceeding with what I understood to be, and I think was stated here today, to be optional seismic upgrades to the gas company tower. For me, safety is non-negotiable, and my understanding is that the building already exceeds safety requirements. In fact, it would have the highest standards of any county building at this present moment, so I think that's important to acknowledge. And the additional retrofitting work being considered is not required. In this climate, Every dollar we invest must be scrutinized, especially as relentless federal cuts put our social safety net at serious risk. And our workforce, as has been stated, is asking legitimate questions. We owe them and every taxpayer who depends on county services clear information about the cost of these seismic upgrades, our plans to occupy the building, expected cost savings from reducing lease space, and for people who are receiving these services, where do they go to get them? How are we managing all of our services and operations? So I don't question whether buying the gas company tower was a sound investment. I believe it was, based on what was presented to us and what we know we have to accommodate going forward. But we need more information, and I would say additional communication about our plans for the building moving forward, which is particularly important given how much has changed since October, especially our financial outlook. So to that end, I'm glad you clarified that this solicitation was not initiated by Public Works. They did it, but it was the CEO's office that asked them to do it. The costs that we're talking about, I know that also occupying a building, if we're moving any sort of departments from one place to another, especially into a building that may need tenant improvements, that's different than retrofitting, but still a cost. So can you talk to me about this price tag, and is it exclusively retrofit costs? Is it tenant improvement costs? And do we need to include that in the report back for you to make sure that it's included so we understand what all the costs are?
Yes, thank you. As far as I understand, the 290 or the 297 is for seismic costs. And as departments move in, one of the things that we have been messaging to them, because we are trying to keep costs down, this is not a total rebuild of, the building. And this isn't, an opportunity to redo every floor. Much of that building and that space is turnkey and can be moved in and can be occupiable with minor investments. So we're doing a survey now. As departments identify what their needs are, our job then is to match them to the most appropriate space that would require the least amount of tenant improvements. And so we can include that in the stacking plan, the plan that identifies which departments are moving in, when and where, and we can identify what those costs are. But we are not offering departments the opportunity to, come in and just redo the entire floor.
Yeah, having visited the building, some floors are ready to occupy today for anyone who's moving in, and I know that we have moved many departments in already, but some floors will require significant work, and I think that is important to understand in terms of the going forward plans that we're contemplating for the building. And given that we are at this stage of the planning process, is there a path to staying in the Civic Center that is not cost prohibitive, and what would that look like?
When you say stay in the Civic Center, do you mean leave the Hall of Administration as is and occupy it?
I think it could mean a lot of things, so that's why I'm asking, is there a path to staying here?
So one of the things, if the question is stay in the Hall of Administration as currently occupied, I would say that is not financially viable because we know that we have to do the seismic. We know.
And what is the price tag of the seismic?
The estimate we received from fully designed, ready to go to permit was $700 million.
And that's retrofit. That's retrofit exclusively, or is that also tenant improvements?
No, that was solely seismic retrofit.
Okay, so I believe.
For HOA.
Okay, my understanding was we were presented numbers that were higher than that.
Yes.
And so what was that number that was presented to us then?
There was, and I'll let you give the numbers. So there's 3 pieces to it. There is the amount to do the seismic retrofit. But after we do the seismic retrofit, we would still have the same HVAC system and the same, life safety systems. We don't have sprinklers in this building above the 2nd floor. So that amount was an additional couple of $100 million. between 300 and 400 million. And even if we did the elevators, the escalators, the life safeties, the sprinklers, the building aesthetically would still look the same. And so if you wanted to upgrade the building, then I thought that was like an additional 200 million. Am I correct on those
so
numbers?
just to broad stripe it, so it was 700 for seismic, 250 for life safety, and then approximately about another, to the point of deferred maintenance, about 300 million. When we say deferred maintenance, windows, roofing, exterior type improvements, and then finally the interior renovation was about 500 million.
Okay, so
And
all of
if I-
that
can I
totaled
just
up
put a-
is close to $2 billion if I just
Correct.
did my mental math correctly.
One other thing is that when you're looking at this transaction, the way that we design the savings is that we would collapse into the gas company tower other buildings that also need seismic. So it's not just one for one, the gas company tower and hall is gas company tower, hall administration, and other buildings that would also require seismic that we could avoid doing by moving into the gas company tower. So it's sort of a package deal when you're comparing the costs.
So again, I reiterate, I think this was a good purchase. I think that there were definitely departments that needed to be relocated, needed space. And even if we're going to do all of the things that you talk about, that sounds pretty significant to this building. I question whether we would be able to continue to operate in this building the way that we're currently operating, so we would need a place to go, much like happened with the state capitol. They moved into a swing space in order to accommodate the changes and refurbishments that were made to the state capitol. Well, we still could. And so I think that the point is we needed a space for any number of reasons. And so I think I maintain this purchase is a good one. I think that it's helpful, though, to understand for people who are asking questions, the general notion that things are moving without people fully understanding how and when and why and all of that, I think just begets a lot of questions, which cause confusion. And in the absence of answers, we get even worse. So I think it's helpful for us to break down exactly what is and isn't happening, on what timeline, and what our next steps are, so we make informed decisions going forward. Thank you.
So we'll get the periodic reports going, and we will post something on the CEO website specific to gas company tower updates.
Okay, very good. Supervisor Hahn?
Yeah, I still question the purchase, but just in terms of seismic retrofitting, I thought the reason we were doing the extra gold standard was because county employees were there. That had gotten to my office in a roundabout way, that when county employees are somewhere, we go above and beyond. Is that just kind of a myth?
I think that that's a myth. That was never, doing seismic on a gas company tower was not an idea that emanated with our office, where we felt like we needed to do this seismic in order to move in.
So again, I'm kind of with Supervisor Solis. How in the world did that even get bid and get out to the public? My question is, though, when you say it's up to the best code of any of our county buildings, what point earthquake? Oh, I see Mark Pastrella back there. What point earthquake would it survive at the current best code of any county building ever?
I'll defer to Director Pastrella.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mark Pastrella, Director of Public Works. Your question, Supervisor?
Right, we're talking about, apparently the gas company tower is at some great code for seismic retrofit. What size of an earthquake would it survive at that code? Not the gold standard that I guess you were putting out to bid, but at the current code.
Supervisor, the building, and I'm going to answer this somewhat technical because the words you're using can be confused by the public, so I just want to specific.
I mean, is it a 6-point earthquake?
I'll put it in plain.
6.7? Is it an 8-point earthquake? I think the public understands.
Engineers don't speak that way. That's not the way we gauge it. What I would say is the building is survivable as it's built by human beings. People like to say that's safe. That's how they define safety. So we don't expect anybody to be, any level of earthquake to be, quote unquote, killed by the building's collapse. We don't expect the building to collapse or to fail in a manner. We expect it to perform and to not be a building that would collapse on people.
I mean, that's what I'm asking.
And so that's the best way I can describe it to you, is that the building is considered safe because
So if an 8-point earthquake.
in an 8 or above earthquake, most of the buildings in LA County would, in downtown, would have lost all of the glass in the building. It had fallen to the street. Most of the people who would suffer casualty would be people who were on the street. Within the building itself, you would be shook around so much that there could be incidental injuries to people from falling objects within the building itself. But the structure itself should perform. It's designed to perform and to remain standing during a very, very large earthquake.
And this current building would be under...
This building has high risk because of the type of construction it has. Its failure mode includes collapse.
At what size of an earthquake? Because we've gone through some earthquakes here.
Well,
everybody's felt it.
I'll
and
give
it
you, since you lived through it, the Northridge earthquake could do significant damage to the building. You remember the Northridge earthquake. And it could do significant damage, in which we are concerned about its collapse. That the column system in here could, and we have done some retrofit to make sure that doesn't happen.
Again, I think a lot of what, again, we're not hearing about is the money that we are going to have to spend on the gas company tower. I understand there's only 2 stairwells. I was told, is it ADA compliant completely?
So when it was purchased, it's probably, just giving a ballpark percentage, it's probably about 90% ADA accessible. Higher, it will be one of our more higher, another county building.
Will you have to do some work in that respect?
Depending on if we're doing rehab of space, it triggers sometimes ADA compliance. But if you're taking space as is, just like there's many county facilities that we take them as is, that does not require it.
A lot of costs I think we haven't heard yet. And I don't know, for me, I would rather be in this building where the most you would have to get down is 4 floors to an exit. And that's only for those of us on the 8th floor. Everybody else, maybe only 1 floor they have to get down, and then they're out in the open. That is a 54 tower with 2 stairwells. I can't imagine having to evacuate that. So I would rather be here. I still think that would have been the better pathway forward. Purchase this building, lease it out, gain money from the leases and put it back into the fund. Not doing the cosmetic work. We don't need cosmetic work here. This is a county government. This is the seat of county government. We're humble. We serve the public. I think that would have been a better pathway forward. We're also going to lose, I think, property tax from this new building. I mean, once it's a county building, we wouldn't be paying property taxes, correct? So, I mean, there's just a lot that I think has been hidden for us, but from us. That's all until the next time I speak about it.
So I would just say that we are a different form of government, and we're not looking to gold plate, as they say, or they're doing in DC, and covering over the Rose Garden and building a ballroom, and at the taxpayer's expense. And that's why I think we really are asking the hard questions so that we can really get back to our constituents and tell them that we are doing our due diligence in whatever amount of money we're spending. So, Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you very much. I just had 2 clarifying questions. First, we've been discussing today the amount of $297 million as it relates to the retrofitting. So at the gas company tower building. I know that a fact sheet that was presented to us back in October actually had it at 397. So what accounts for the $100 million difference?
Yes, I would like to answer that question. So when Public Works issued their report and had the Hall of Administration on the building, they came out with, it was like an estimated forecast. This is what we think it would cost, $397. We actually did not necessarily agree with that figure, but because Pastrella is our builder in the county and our expert, we did not modify the figure. So we went with whatever information was provided to us. But what's happening now is I think maybe the estimates are coming in, or the bids, the proposals are coming in lower. So that 397 was an estimate, and now we have proposals that are coming in that are less. No, that are less. So we said, we provided to the board, it would be 397. The estimates are coming in at lower than that.
Okay, so we actually think that retrofitting costs less
yes.
months later?
I can confirm what our CEO is stating, that our original estimates were higher than what is coming in as we start to actually do evaluation of the scope of work.
And it's for the same work?
It's for seismic retrofit to today's standards, correct?
Okay.
To today's standards, or?
And then the second clarifying question, that's helpful because I think, as numbers are swirling around out there and what we're talking about, I think it's helpful to understand where we were, what information we had, where we're going, and what information is coming in to date. Because I think the common way of thinking at this point is that everything costs more because of tariffs and the amount of reconstruction that's going on throughout the region and everything else. So that's helpful to understand. The second clarifying question, Madam CEO, to Supervisor Hahn's point, you talked a lot about what all was contemplated for HOA as it currently stands, sort of a whole enchilada number, if I can say it that way. But you said with the whole HOA, what if we didn't have the whole HOA? Is there a path forward that doesn't have the building in its current form that allows us to continue to be in the Civic Center?
Yes. So we are working, and John, you'll have to tell me if this work has started. We would need to engage the community and other stakeholders to complete basically a civic center planning process. One of the things that we have discussed internally is leaving this hearing room in its current location, retain that, so that the county does have a place in Grand Park and that this can remain visually for people, the seat of county government, even if the rest of the building is torn down. And then the question, I know it can be dramatic, but it's dramatic in a good way, because then the community could come in and help us figure out, what do we want to do with this space to make it more usable, to make it more accessible? We know, for example, that the Superior Court is planning to demolish their building because the seismic costs they can't justify the costs. So the answer in short is yes, there is another path forward.
Is it only the hall? Is it only this board meeting room that would get preserved that we can afford, or is there more that could happen here?
One of the things we have been discussing is retaining the Hall of Administration and then the forward-facing offices that operate out of this building. So we spoke to the assessor. We know the assessor would want to have a small footprint here. TTC, Treasurer and Tax Collector, because some people still come and pay their taxes in person, the EO, and even some of our line-facing departments. We know that they sit out in the audience every Tuesday, and so we thought we could build, not a huge building, but we could build space out for them so that down at the board meeting, people that had an issue with homelessness or mental health, instead of revealing all of their confidences here in the boardroom, there would be a private space to do that. So it would be a small amount of space for your public-facing departments and then the boardroom. But all of the back...
Bisha, could I stop you there? Didn't you at one point talk about having some space for board members to meet on the day on Tuesday? So there would be another level or something available for board offices.
John?
Yeah, I think in the plan she was describing, it was either a new structure or a third of this building attached to this existing hearing room that would be remained. And so we have started briefing the board offices on this master planning for the new next configuration of the Civic Center. And so we had one briefing, then we've been doing a listening, so we had a follow-up to get feedback from each of the offices. And so we're compiling that right now. She also mentioned that we've heard from the courts, and so the courts would like to work with us in the planning phase so that when they receive their funding in 2028 to build a new mosque courthouse, that it could be a project that could be worked on collectively.
I think that's really critical because I do believe that, the notion of keeping or preserving this space for the board meetings, because I don't know how you fit this into the gas tower. That was never intended?
Yes, that was never the intention.
Okay, so we always had some reason to believe that we would keep this or have access somewhere else?
Yes.
I don't recall the somewhere else.
We have always described the gas company tower as an administrative office for back office operations. And so many of the departments that, not all of them, but the overwhelming majority of staff that are in this building are not line facing in a sense that they interact with constituents and members of the public. And so that is why we are recommending that it is the administrative portion of the operations that move to the gas company tower while retaining the ability for the departments that are line facing, TTC, auditor, controller, to remain here and interact with constituents and address needs as they arise.
Yeah,
Supervisor.
well, that's the first time I've ever heard you say you're going to build a new space for people who have issues with homelessness.
Yeah. So what we have briefed multiple times.
Yeah, we're not talking to you. But,
what we have briefed multiple times is we know that we've spoken with TTC. We know we've spoken with auditor controller.
No, I'm just saying that's the first time I've heard you say you're building. I just want to include all that in this report back.
And let me just provide context. I'm not suggesting that it has to be a whole separate building. It could be a portion that we carve off for whatever portion of the structure that remains, where we can just have cubicles, or we could throw up dividers so that people can come and talk to DPSS or talk to DCFS. It doesn't have to be a building.
I'm just going off of what you said. You said we're going to build.
Okay, so thank you for the opportunity to clarify.
Yeah,
so my clarification is not that it has to be a
we've
whole separate building, just space so that those interactions
just make sure you give everybody
those space,
the right,
so those
the right,
conversations could happen
right numbers
in an appropriate way.
Seeing no further discussion from the board, then let's go to public comment, please. EO?
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers that have signed up for this item. That concludes public comment on item 11.
I had all my speakers call in, but they couldn't get through.
No. So can we make that announcement again, EO, about those that wanted to submit any comments? They can do so.
What? Read this.
Just to clarify, the people that we're trying
So,
to
Madam Chair, as we indicated, we are experiencing, AT&T is experiencing a global outage. We are
Jesus, global?
global in here. Okay, Madam Chair, can you give us one moment? We're looking at potentially a solution. So we do have a call-in line that we'd like to propose to put out in the public so that people could call in. So we are currently experiencing technical difficulties with our primary teleconference service. We appreciate your patience as we switch to a backup call-in method. If you wish to speak on an item, please call 213-306-3065. That's 213-306-3065. That's a conference call line that we're calling in. The access code when you call in will be 2533-721-7980#. We're also posting it on our broadcast, so you can see it on our broadcast right now. The meeting password to access into to call in to make public comment will be 267-2025#. And at that point, you just press 3 to raise your hand and speak on the item you wish to address. Please remember to state your name before providing comment. Please note that the number will be listed on the broadcast, and AT&T callers in queue will be provided with call-in information. So if you're on the line of the AT&T call, we will have our moderator provide you instructions about how to call in. But if you are watching the broadcast right now, you will see on our broadcast the number to call in, which again is 213-306-3065. And then you have an access code that will follow that, which is 2533-721-7980 hashtag. And I want to make sure our staff is posting that information and leave it on the broadcast so that people have that information as they're watching the broadcast. Again, if I could have my staff inform us if there are people calling in at this moment for item 11.
There are currently no callers for item 11. We may need to give them a little bit of time to call in.
Madam Chair, if you could give us maybe a couple minutes.
We'll take a little break then. 3 minutes.
If you're calling to speak on agenda item 11, please raise your hand. Your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Hello, this is Colin Campbell.
If you're calling to speak on agenda item 11, please raise your hand.
Can I speak?
Go ahead, please.
Okay.
Is unmuted. Please begin.
So this is for item 11 and 14 for transparency and fire build. Hello, Los Angeles Board of Supervisors, Catherine Barger, Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, Mayor Braun of South Pasadena, and Mr. President Trump, Vice President Vance, and Governor Newsom. Would LA Board of Supervisors facilitate Susie Wiles, Chief of Staff of the President, to join the Alpha team for the rollout of Stargate and release the $238.5 billion funds to stand up general intelligence?
You're off topic. I'm sorry. We're on item number 11. We'll put you back in the queue for public comment later. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next caller, please begin.
Okay, we can make a modification because we were out for some time, so we can take comment on item 11 and 14, and people should clarify that. Okay, let's go.
Your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Is it me, Eric Grevin? Can you hear me?
Go ahead, yes.
Okay, well, this has gone very, very badly, obviously, because first of all, I wanted to speak on the item about the cluster meetings, but rolling delicately into the total lack of transparency regarding the redo of the place, I just want to emphasize, of course, you have to keep the auditorium. And I do think that making it, both that and the court, retaining them and turning them into a vibrant space is a good idea. Walking away from the desire to make them safe just means let some other schmuck do that. We need these buildings in our central, Gloria Molina Park, thank you very much, to be sound, and they should be. I mean, obviously they're relics, but that's why we have clever designers, and that's what we're going to do. But I mean, honestly, what a lack of it's just so disappointing. And to be down in a tower, the optics are terrible. It's going to be like our TV studio, and everybody goes to the back to their offices and hulks around during the week taking meetings with Nella McCosker, who, by the way, is doing a great job. Let's not criticize the McCoskers for the downtown subsidy program. I think everybody's pleased to participate.
Thank you. Your line is unmuted. Please state your name and the agenda item you're addressing.
Hello, this is Byron Jose.
Go ahead.
Oh, with the Palestina Coalition and Reimagine LA. The journey to be able to do public comment today, I should have booked my vacation a week before all of y'all. But again, calling it 4 to 14, and I will wait. I will save my public comment for later, so as to not be off topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Hi, good morning. My name is Francisco Portillo, and I'm with Wesley Health Centers. I would like to speak in support of item number 11. I want to thank Supervisor Solis and Horvath for this important motion. At a time when the county is facing dire financial circumstances, investing an additional $400 million into a downtown skyscraper should not be a priority or consideration. This is especially important given cuts to staffing and services that the county is being forced to consider. With a federal administration that continues to threaten county funding, efficiency is necessary to offset any impacts. As a community health center that collaborates with the county to serve vulnerable and underserved communities, we too are affected by this federal administration's attempts of dismantling the social safety net. We urge the county to prioritize the people of Los Angeles County through its provisions of services. I ask you to vote in favor of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Your line is unmuted. Please begin.
I can't tell. Is that me?
Your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Is that me? It's hard to tell on this side of the phone with your screen up.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
So it is me. This is Roy Humphreys here, and item number 11 there. And I do appreciate the conundrum, the complexity thereof, but we need to stop the malicious lies and propaganda. This is not brought on by Trump or anything to do with that. So this is your last comment. That's just garbage, okay? But the thing is that we have to recognize the times that we live in, and also, in 2032, you have to come up with what are you going to do with your additional staffing and so forth for the new board. And it's got to stop spending money on illegal aliens and all of that stuff, and stop President ICE and get on President Trump's good side. God bless America. God bless President Trump, and God protect him. Thank you.
Thank you. Your line is unmuted. Please begin. Next speaker, please begin. Your line is unmuted. Please begin.
It's very difficult on this side of the phone to deal with the present situation.
Please continue.
He just spoke. Go to the next caller. Go on.
Next speaker, please begin.
Do we have any more speakers?
There are no other speakers to address the board for item 11. Thank you.
Okay, very good then. Item 11 is before us, and it will be moved by, I will move it, and it will be seconded by Supervisor Horvath to approve the item. Can we please have the roll call?
Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn? No, okay, she just stepped away. Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye.
Okay.
Motion carries 3-0.
Okay, we'll think maybe Han stepped out momentarily. If she wants to be added, we can do that later. Okay, there are indication there's no specials today. Is that correct?
That's correct, Madam Chair. We can move on to public comment on items not held by supervisors, including closed session matters and general public comment.
Okay, so let's turn to those speakers then.
So I'll read in our public comment instructions. So we will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all items not held for discussion by supervisors, including closed session matters and general public comment. The consent items will be acted upon with one motion. Due to the issues with our call-in process, we are using a different call-in number. And if you look on your screen, that number is posted as well as the meeting password and the access numbers. So please first call 213-306-3065 with an access code 2533-721-7980#. Then you will enter a meeting password 267-2025# and press 3 to raise your hand. To press *3 to raise your hand and speak on the item you wish to address. When you hear someone's voice stating your name, asking you to speak, that it means that your line has been open. And then please remember to state your name before providing comment. So again, please take a look at the broadcast, which has the numbers, but if you are on the phone right now, the number, again, if for those on the broadcast, 213-306-3065, access code 2533-721-7980# with a meeting password 2672025#, and then press *3 to raise your hand. We are now proceeding with public comment on items not held by supervisors, including closed session matters and general public. And for those of you who held item 14, wanted to speak on 14, you can speak on this during general public comment.
We will now call in-person speakers, and while they're coming forward, we will take remote speakers. This will be for items not held by the board for discussion, including closed session matters and general public comment. Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Loretta Lorraine, Dr. Azrule Mohammed, Paula Yanez, and Joseph Ramos. First speaker, your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and the agenda item you're addressing. Please begin.
Did you say Byron, Jose? Or did you say, is it me?
Go ahead.
16 in general public comment.
All right, go ahead, please.
So thank you, Supervisor Horvath, your team. We were able to do the presentation during the cluster process, so that was very helpful on item 16. And I stand with the workers. Where is the CEO summary? While her orders were curtailment at the back of workers and county employee benefits, while we continue to pay out for sheriff and probation settlements. We need Measure J now. We need to codify it now. We continue to see that CFCI initiative is an interpretation of Measure J. It is not Measure J. We need a minimum 10% of NCC, given the dire budget condition as shouted out by the CEO. And again, we want to make sure that we continue working for the community. Shout out to Ms. Loretta Lorraine. I'm glad that she's there in person. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Please state your name and the agenda items you're addressing. Your line has been unmuted. Please begin.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Michael Feinstein, representing the County Green Party on item 16. The Green Party endorses SB 42 and encourages the board to endorse it as well. Since its founding, the Green Party has enthusiastically supported public financing of elections. We believe it's contrary to public interest for private money to control which candidates and messages can be heard in elections. That's why public financing of elections is so important for the health of our democracy. And we hope someday that the supervisors and the new county executive will be chosen by ranked choice voting with the aid of public financing schemes specifically designed for county elections. We applaud Supervisor Horvath for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Your line is open. Please state your name and agenda item you're addressing.
This is Roy Humphreys. Item number 31, graffiti removal without graffiti tracker is no enforcement. On item 37, traffic regulation unincorporated communities include road heights. Again, without aggressive enforcement, it's just a print on the paper there. And I recently discovered that Supervisor Hahn and Liz Calderon of the state there came up in this 2021 with $4.2 million for a county building for the GLP and salad there in Whittier. And at the time, so forth, we have such pressing needs for the use of money for gonorrhea, syphilis, and chlamydia, which is a crisis situation for your health person. And also the processing of rape kits. You people are shameful, beyond shameful. You're wasting our money, whether it's state or county. Pathetic. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please begin. Your line is unmuted.
Is it me, Eric Previn?
Go ahead, please.
So that's a yes? Okay. This has been very difficult. Up to $12 million, though, for graffiti removal always gets my vote, because what the hell are we doing? It's like a cycle of craziness. Isn't there some way to be more inspirational with our efforts and not do it all over the buildings? Now, I want to thank Horvath for glancing at it for 2 weeks and then coming to terms at double the waiver, up to $60,300 for the Zuma Beach triathlon. It used to be for Children's Hospital. Now it's for a consortium of little shell profits and the Boys and Girls Club, not for profit. So I don't know. I always feel yucky when we auction off our beautiful Malibu coastline to the highest bidder, but it's nice to give away public money quietly and politely. And for the $4.2 million, the grant for the World Cup security, I mean, this is a classic case of the sheriff just clears the table and talks about his unmet needs. Is there any way we can get some accountability on how this money going to be actually spent in that regard? If it really, I mean, I don't even have any high confidence that it'll just go to the bottom line, where unfortunately, don't get Davenport, Debbie Downer started. It's not going great over there either with the budget. So here's what we need to do. We need to do a little more branding up of these buildings with the names of supervisors. We see the Hilda Solis Village, but I do not yet see the Lindsay Horvath Tower. And I'm not proposing directly that we name the gas tower her tower, because she said it is a good investment, but would like to see some work done over back at Grant Park at the Gloria Molina abandoned park, apparently. I mean, it's just, we have to get it together, okay, as a group. Before this, pack your flip-flops. Everybody put the flip-flops in, because we are about to have the best 3 weeks, because we need to, everybody needs a break.
Your line has been unmuted. Please begin. Please begin.
When you hear our prompt, please say your name and the item that you are speaking on. We will confirm your access to the line.
We will now go to the next speaker. Your line has been unmuted. Please begin. State your name and agenda items you're addressing.
Hi there, I'm Ross Weisstroffer, a resident with SD3 and volunteer with Fair FLA, speaking as an individual on agenda item 16. I want to thank Supervisor Horvath so much for proposing this motion and ask the board to wholeheartedly support it. SB 42 just gives voters the choice to decide if they want public campaign financing available in their communities. But I think it's also clear from the motion that public campaign financing is a powerful force to boost voter turnout and get more people involved in democracy. As the county board expands and we add an elected executive, I hope financing continues to be part of the conversation on how we can make our county elections more accessible, competitive, and democratic, and that conversation can't move forward without SB 42. Please vote for the motion, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Your line has been unmuted. Please begin.
Hi, this is Rob Kwan with Unregulated, and I'd like to thank Supervisor Horvath for introducing item 16 in support of SB 42, which Ross just talked about. A few years ago, Supervisors Mitchell and Horvath moved this board to explore the feasibility of full public financing of elections, but we do need to clear this state hurdle first. A letter was submitted this morning in support of this item from California Clean Money Campaign, California Common Cause, CalRCV, Fair Rep LA, Green Party of LA County, LA for Democracy Vouchers, Movi, Star Voting LA, and Unrig LA. Some critics of Measure G say that we are creating a really difficult office to fill that will advantage the most well-financed candidates, but we've seen how we can level the playing field in the last 3 mayoral elections in LA, the city of New York, and Seattle. Candidates have come out on top, even though they were heavily outspent. They were able to do that because of robust public financing. So I thank the supervisor again for this motion and appreciate the support.
Thank you. Next speaker, your line is unmuted. Please begin.
Hello, my name is Megan, and I'm a community engagement intern with La Defensa. I'm speaking on agenda item 14, and I want to support the motion to maintain transparency in the board's policymaking process by continuing the cluster review process. This process is essential for public accountability, ensuring decisions that impact millions are informed by meaningful community insight. Ending it would undermine the county's commitment to transparency and equity and return to policymaking disconnected from those most affected. When decisions happen behind closed doors, marginalized communities are most harmed. I urge you to adopt this motion and uphold the cluster review process. Transparency, community input, and collaboration must remain non-negotiable pillars of your decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, your line is unmuted. Please state the agenda item you're addressing and your name. Go ahead.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm speaking on item number 16. I'm Carolina Goodman, a resident of District 3 and a member of Fair Rep LA. I'm here to request your yes vote on Supervisor Horvath's resolution in support of SB 42, which will put the California Fair Elections Act on the November 2026 ballot to repeal the ban on public financing of campaigns in California. By reducing the influence of big money over elected officials, small donors and ordinary voters would be able to better participate in campaigns and have their voices heard. With public financing, candidates would be more interested in hearing from all voters, not just big donors. Thank you for your aye vote in support of SB 42.
Thank you. Next speaker, your line is unmuted. Please state the agenda items you're addressing and your name. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jamie Knirk, calling in on behalf of Planned Parenthood Advocacy Project, Los Angeles County. I was originally calling to urge support for item 14 to maintain the cluster review process. So I wanted to thank you all for voting to move forward with that item today. As has been emphasized, the 6-month pilot required motions to be presented and discussed in public cluster meetings 2 weeks prior to a full board vote. This program helps increase public engagement, specifically on high-impact issues, as well as brought transparency and deliberation into how policy is made in our very wonderful and very large county. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Your line is unmuted. Please state your name and the agenda item you're addressing. Please begin. Go ahead. Please begin.
Hi, I'm Trent Lang, President of the California Clean Money Campaign and a resident of District 3, commenting on agenda item 16. We're proud to sponsor SB 42 along with California Common Cause and the League of Women Voters of California. First, I'd like to thank Supervisor Horvath very much for introducing the motion to support SB 42, which is currently in the Assembly Appropriations Committee. I'd also like to thank her, Supervisor Mitchell, and the rest of the board for leading on the motion 2 years ago to look at a number of reforms, including the full public financing of campaigns. Unfortunately, the county and all its general law cities are currently banned from passing public finance campaigns, which SB 42 would solve by putting the California Fair Elections Act on the ballot to repeal the ban while establishing basic requirements that public financing systems and candidates using public funding must follow to protect taxpayers and maximize the benefit to voters. A broad coalition supports SB 42 to empower voters. It would mean a lot if the County of Los Angeles could join it. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with phone number starting with 833. Your line is open. Please begin.
Yes, good morning. I'm calling in support. My name is Jesus Huerta. I'm a resident of District 1, and I'm calling in support to provide more on item 14. It is important to provide more time, accountability, and transparency for policymaking to engage the public for more effective policymaking at the LA County level. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Caller with phone number starting 390, your line is open. Please begin.
Hello, LA Board of Supervisors, Catherine Barger, Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, Mayor Braun of South Pasadena, Mr. President, Vice President Vance, and Governor Newsom. Public comment is for the fire rebuild. Would LA Board of Supervisors facilitate Susie Wiles, Chief of Staff of the President, to join the Alpha team for the rollout of Stargate and release the $238.5 billion funds to stand up general intelligence for LA County and Kaiser Permanente worldwide? As we rebuild Los Angeles from the fires and use these federal funds to build our AI for colonization of Moon and Mars. We have citizen volunteers in South Pasadena from local groups such as St. James Episcopal Church, Freemasons, Oneana, Dudes, and I am volunteering to demonstrate why complete transparency is essential when we release the Eye of Providence for healthcare to protect all citizens equally. We have local Secret Service rep in South Pasadena that can facilitate the meeting with Susie Wiles and Catherine Barger if she wishes. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, there are no other remote callers in the queue. We will now go to in-person speakers. Please begin.
Joseph Ramos for the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles, speaking on item 48. We urge the supervisors to reconsider the maximum threshold and increase it to 86 degrees. 86 degrees will allow the use of evaporative coolers that need 1/3 the amount of electricity. They have already been proven effective throughout India. An 82 degrees threshold would only make cooling unaffordable for the vast majority of renters and owners. Renters are already struggling with existing utility bills. The supervisors should not support this let-them-eat-cake approach to setting a threshold. We need an 86 degrees threshold to ensure that renters will use the cooling services for their health and not have them merely become expensive window decorations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Paula Yanis, and I am a retired SEIU and also a community advocate, and I'm here. Number one, I wasn't able to speak earlier, but I wanted to make a comment now. And just in support of the caretakers. They are dire, they are urgent to all of our communities. They work so hard, and they do the hardest job imaginable, a job that nobody would want to do. And we need to support them. They need to have enough money. They need a contract that is viable so that they could have enough money to live, to pay their rent, for their children, for food, for housing, for every necessity, basic necessity that they want, and they deserve it. So I just want to make that comment in their support. And I also want to make a comment on item number 13, which is honoring the 55th anniversary of the Chicano moratorium, confronting the ongoing injustices in immigration and customs enforcement raids in Los Angeles County. I was there at the Chicano moratorium on August 29, 1970, when we marched and protested, peacefully. It was an anti-war movement against the war in Vietnam, and the community deserves to protect the history of the community, not only of the Chicano moratorium, because the Chicano moratorium is also part of American history, and we need to acknowledge and commemorate Ruben Salazar, who was he was the reporter at that time, and we need to protect part of that. Item 13 is to protect reporters now, not only reporters that are immigrants here legally as well, but even those that are with the video cameras, because their cell phones, they're also recording the injustices that are going on in the community. So we need to protect them also.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Christy Hernandez. I'm a resident, community advocate, and leader in unincorporated East Los Angeles, and we hold monthly East LA CAC meetings. And I'm here because the topic of parking and housing continues to surface. And so I wanted to share that parking enforcement attends our meeting, and anywhere between 4,000 to 5,000 citations are given out every month. And we believe that is a symptom of a much larger issue that's impacting our community, and that's what we see, density, with more housing development coming to our community with no parking. AB 2097 allows for any development not to have parking if it's within half a mile of public transportation. And so we're seeing an influx, folks getting into altercations, tires slashed, and air being taken out. So we asked that regional planning, look into this further and institute local jurisdiction to allow for parking for these large developments to help alleviate that.
Please.
Thank you.
Miss Loretta Lorraine, I do came to thank Miss Mitchell because she sure deliver. Because I tell you, I was at Pride, South Pride. I got to open for the mayor and for all the official women, strong women that I really admire. And you too over there, because I've seen the work you've been doing. And you, I love you. You put me on your float, but I don't go to your district because that you over there with those white gay boys, and they're Republicans, and they're not too fond of me because I come too real. I'm a Democrat, and I keep it just like it is. Why give us our flowers when we die? Give us to us now that we're living. I'm going through a crisis right now. I've been trying to have a meeting with y'all too, but I wish y'all can listen to me. They trying to take my identity because back in the days, I couldn't be Miss Loretta. Now I'm trying to be Miss Loretta. They going back. My skeleton is coming back. Give me a couple more minutes. But anyway, that's how it is.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you for coming.
I would like 2 minutes to address general public comment and an item not being held today, and I'd like to submit this to the board. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Dr. Isra'Allah Mohammed, clinical psychologist and author of the Bureau to Custody Cemetery Pipeline. We have ongoing displacement, poverty, fires, hunger, generational trauma from slavery, colonization, genocide, and decades of institutional abuse, including sexual abuse settlements and systemic neglect of Black, brown, indigenous, immigrant, white, and unhoused communities. Safety, justice, and access should be free of bias, whether racial, economic, or political. They must be transparent, measurable, and rooted in equity, not appearance. Transparency means acknowledging the full truth, not just the parts that fit an agenda. These crises are not isolated. They are connected through the county's own governance and operational culture. The record we create today will be measured against your decisions tomorrow. This record and the history it will become demands structural accountability that prevents harm cycles already diagnosed in the Bureau to Custody Cemetery Pipeline and a B2C3A pipeline prevention model. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go back to remote callers. If your phone number begins with 810, your line is open. Please begin.
Hello, my name is Paulina Flores. I'm the Interim Executive Director with Self-Help Graphics and Art, and I'd like to speak on item number 13. Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for bringing forward this important motion. Commemorating the Chicano moratorium is not just about remembering the past. It's a call to confront the present and our present situation. The systemic injustices that sparked the protests in 1970 still persist today in new forms. Recently, warrantless ICE raids have forced the removal of people from their jobs and places of worship without due process. These actions have terrorized the community, traumatized families, and eroded public trust. Just as before, violence is used to suppress our communities and reflecting a continued disregard for the rights and dignity of the most vulnerable. Meanwhile, funding for immigration enforcement has increased, making ICE one of the most heavily resourced enforcement agencies of the world. I am here to support the most.
Caller with phone number 489, your line is open. Please begin.
I am Elisa Williams. Good afternoon. I am a resident of SD1, and I'm calling to support number 14. This motion to me is a no-brainer. There are opportunities to improve it while continuing the process. Should always be done with pilots during the implementation phase. I say the progress that this board has made compared to years past is phenomenal. To see advocates who have had such a voice and moved the county in ways that I do not always agree with, but often respect, is inspiring. But more is needed in the area of transparency. I've been disillusioned by some of the motions that have been crammed through with little regard to unintended consequences, or when us members of the public are not aware of big ticket items that are coming down the pike and may color our spending priorities. I feel like these cluster meetings can help sort through the pros and the cons more comprehensively. I also feel like these cluster meetings can be a place to better coordinate.
Madam Chair, there are no other speakers to address the board. That concludes our time for public comment on these items.
Madam Chair, members of the board, the following items are before you. Items 2 through 10, 12 and 13, 15 through 24, 25 as revised, 26 through 42, 44 through 50, 51A through 51E, 54 through 58, 1D and 2D, 1F, 1P. These items are before you.
Moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the executive officer. Executive officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis?
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We will now proceed with the adjournments. I do not have any, so we'll move to Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I ask today that when we adjourn in the memory of Sarah Rose Rainey. Ms. Rainey was born April 2nd, 1941 in Vicksburg, Mississippi, and passed away peacefully in LA surrounded by her loved ones July 27th at the age of 84. She was the mother of one of my constituent engagement team leaders, April Johnson. In 1957, Mrs. Rainey relocated to Los Angeles, where she graduated from manual arts in 1959. She went on to attend LA City College. After college, Ms. Rainey began a long and respected career with Pacific Bell, which we, of course, now know as AT&T. She became a supervisor, mentoring countless team members with her signature blend of patience, humor, and high standards. In 1961, she met the love of her life, Russell Johnson. Their union blossomed into a beautiful marriage. Together, they built a loving home, raised their beloved daughter, April, who was their proudest and most cherished legacy. Ms. Rainey was a strong supporter of the civil rights movement and a dedicated advocate for her community. As an active member of Operation Breadbasket, she worked tirelessly to expand opportunities for African Americans and create lasting change. Her unwavering commitment to justice was demonstrated in the way she encouraged her grandchildren to vote, stay informed, and continue the work of building a better future. Ms. Rainey was a woman of many passions with an endless zest for life. She loved dancing, tennis, football, golf, and basketball. You could always find her cheering enthusiastically for her favorite teams and players. She was a natural encourager and a compassionate listener who had a rare gift of finding the positive in every situation. Ms. Rainey found peace and joy in caring for her potted plants, particularly her beloved African violets. Yet nothing compared to the love she held for her family. She stood faithfully beside her husband through every challenge, and with each new generation, her joy only deepened. Her grandchildren and great-grandchildren will forever remember their grandma for her radiant laughter, her unforgettable cooking, and her unconditional love. She also shared an extraordinary bond with her sister, Eloise, and their daily conversations were filled with laughter and a connection that time could never dim. She is survived by her daughter, April, her siblings, Eloise and William, her grandchildren, Brianna, Ariana, Kiana, her great-grandchildren, Josiah, Camden, Langston, Malone, Ayana, and Siana, and her goddaughter, Toya, and a host of extended family and friends who were blessed by her presence. And colleagues, today I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Geneva Gilner Futrell. Mrs. Futrell was born October 30th, 1930 in Perkinston, Mississippi, as the youngest of 15 children. She passed away peacefully, surrounded by her daughters on the 22nd of July at the age of 94. Mrs. Futrell was raised in a home filled with strong faith, discipline, and service. Growing up, she worked on her family's farm, where she witnessed firsthand the value of hard work and education. Before high school, Mrs. Futrell relocated to the California Bay Area to live with her two siblings. Shortly after graduating, she met and married Corporal Vadi Lee, who served during World War II. 3 children were born to their loving union. Tragically, on Labor Day weekend in 1952, her husband and their 2-year-old son, Gregory, lost their lives in a car accident, leaving Mrs. Futrell to raise their 2 young daughters. To navigate this painful transition, Mrs. Futrell relocated to Los Angeles to be closer to her family. She settled in the Watts community, where she found support, encouragement, and her lifelong church family at Mount Gilead Missionary Baptist Church. There, she met and married the associate pastor, Herlon Futrell. The couple later welcomed a beautiful baby girl and moved to Hawthorne, where they lived for over 15 years. The Futrells faithfully served at Mount Gilead before being called to lead South Vermont Baptist Church in Gardena, where they served for 23 years. They later founded and pastored a Baptist church in Gardena, leading the congregation for 22 years until her husband's passing. As a First Lady, Mrs. Futrell had a heart for youth and service. She organized the church's annual Thanksgiving meal and served as a teacher and mentor, helping the youth prioritize education. She also understood the importance of voting, ensuring to read the voter guide and write down her selections before going to the ballot box. In addition to being First Lady, Mrs. Futrell completed Bible college and worked as a seamstress in the Garment District in downtown LA before starting her career at Coast Federal Bank. There, she provided administrative support, working her way up to manage the Culver City office, where she later retired. Even after retirement, Mrs. Futrell continued working through temp agencies, with her final assignment as an administrative assistant at the University of Phoenix. Mrs. Futrell enjoyed hosting holidays at her home until she passed the torch to her granddaughter, Kelly. In her later years, she found deep joy in helping to raise her great-grandchildren. She also cherished the sisterhood she shared with her family and close friends, often chatting on the phone or enjoying meals together. Mrs. Futrell leaves behind a legacy of faith, family, and service that will live on through all who knew and loved her. She is survived by and will be deeply missed by her 2 daughters, Dr. Julie Warren and Dr. Darlene, 3 grandchildren, Alton, Kelly Todd, and Keith, 7 great-grandchildren, 5 great-great-grandchildren, as well as a host of loving family, friends, and a devoted church family. Thank you, Madam Chair.
That was beautiful. Supervisor Horvath.
Thank you. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Larry John Calamine, who, with great respect and sadness, we remember his life as a dedicated public servant and former Los Angeles County Local Agency Formation Commissioner and executive officer, who passed away peacefully on July 15th, 2025, at the age of 89. He was a resident of West Hills. Born in Brooklyn, New York, Larry's path led him from military service to a distinguished career in California, where he made his home and lasting impact. He served as the San Fernando Valley alternate member of LAFCO from 1990 to 1995, before becoming the Commission's executive officer from 1995 to 2006. Larry's tenure at LAFCO was marked by his steady leadership and commitment to fairness, guiding the Commission through some of the most complex and consequential issues it has ever faced. Colleagues and friends remember Larry for his accessibility, generosity with his time, and the thoughtful counsel he offered, always bringing a unique and invaluable perspective to the issues at hand. Larry is survived by those who loved him and admired him, and his legacy of public service, integrity, and community engagement will endure for years to come. May we honor Larry's legacy by approaching our work with the same dedication and generosity of spirit that defined his life. And I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Gloria Kaufman. It is with deep sadness that we recognize the passing of Gloria Kaufman, a visionary philanthropist whose generosity transformed the cultural landscape of Los Angeles and brought the art of dance to countless people across the world. She passed away on August 5th, 2025, at the age of 95. She was a resident of Beverly Hills. Gloria's deep love for dance and her commitment to education led to the creation of the Gloria Kaufman Presents Dance series at the Music Center and the founding of the USC Kaufman School of Dance, USC's first new school in 40 years. Her philanthropy reached far beyond dance. She was a founding member of the Museum of Contemporary Art and a trustee of the Geffen Playhouse, and her generosity touched institutions including UCLA, Juilliard, and Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater. She also created opportunities for tens of thousands of young people to experience the joy of dance through free classes and community programs. Born in Detroit, Gloria's passion for the arts was shaped by her early experiences in music and dance, as well as her compassion for others. Following the tragic loss of her husband, Donald, she dedicated her life to philanthropy, honoring his memory through the creation of spaces and programs that continue to inspire. Gloria is survived by her 4 children, Curtis, Gail, Laura, and Zwade, and 10 grandchildren and 13 great-grandchildren. Her legacy will live on in the dancers she inspired, the stages she transformed, and the communities she touched. Thank you.
Can I be included on that one, please? Thank you. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Diane Boggs, who was affectionately known as Granny Di by her family. She passed away on June 12th. She was 88 years old. Diane lived in Downey for 65 years and dedicated her life to public service. She served on the Downey City Council from 1984 to 1996 and served as mayor in 1987 and 1992. Her passion for civic engagement went beyond City Hall, and she served on the Southeast Area Animal Control Authority, the LA County Drainage Area Alliance, the Downey Cemetery District Board of Directors, the Downey City Hospital Commission, the Downey Symphony Guild, the Downey Chamber of Commerce, the YMCA Board of Managers, and the Cerritos College Advisory Committee. Diane was instrumental in saving the world's oldest operating McDonald's located in Downey. In 1987, Diane was named Woman of the Year by the State Assembly's 63rd District, and in 1998, the City of Downey proudly named the auditorium inside the Barbara J. Riley Community and Senior Center the Diane Boggs Auditorium in her honor. Diane is survived by her loving family. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Frank Malcoach. Frank, a longtime resident of San Pedro, has passed away at the age of 68. Born in Croatia, Frank immigrated to San Pedro at the age of 27. Before coming to America, Frank played semi-professional soccer in Nice and Monte Carlo, and after settling in San Pedro, he spent years playing soccer with his friends in Lakewood. For many years, he worked as a house painter, but for the last 21 years of his life, he worked as a longshoreman and was a proud member of ILWU Local 13. He will be remembered for his warmth and humor and will be deeply missed. Frank is survived by his devoted wife of 32 years, Marilyn, his daughter, Bianca, and many, many more family members. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Mary Jo Walker, who was born in Minnesota, but Mary Jo moved to San Pedro in 1961, where she would spend the rest of her life. Mary Jo was well known for her volunteerism with organizations like St. Peter's Episcopal Church, the YWCA, Salvation Army, San Pedro Chamber of Commerce, Historical Society, and many more. I believed in her earlier life, she also served as a flight attendant. I believe at those times they called them stewardesses. Mary Jo will be remembered for her sharp mind and unwavering commitment to service. I knew Mary Jo very well. She was just so involved in all things San Pedro and never failed to volunteer or give her advice or opinion about things that mattered to other fellow San Pedrans. She's survived by her son and granddaughter, great-grandchildren, and many nieces and nephews. I will miss Mary Jo as well. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. We will take all the motions as seconded. If there is no objection to a unanimous vote, that will be the order. Executive Officer, please read us into closed session.
Members of the public, the board will now be going into closed session. While the board is in closed session, we will be showing a video presentation. Supervisor Barger has a video presentation recognizing the Antelope Valley's Animal Care and Control's Clear the Shelter campaign. In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item number CS1 through CS4, conferences with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. Item number CS5, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. Item number CS6, public employment, consideration of candidates for the position of interim director of the Aging and Disabilities Department. Item number CS7, public employment performance evaluation. And item number CS8, conference with labor negotiators, Vezia Davenport, and designated staff, as indicated on the posted and supplemental agendas.
Cohen. I'm the Communications Director for the LA County Department of Animal Care and Control. We're here at the Lancaster Animal Care Center just showing you some dogs and cats that are available for adoption during Clear the Shelters. So Clear the Shelters is an NBC Universal campaign. It's about raising awareness about the incredible pets that are in shelters across the country and especially here in Los Angeles County. We are waiving fees all August, and that includes spay-neuter, vaccination, and microchip. But the campaign is really more than that. It's about giving every pet a second chance. So here in the Antelope Valley, we are seeing higher intakes than almost any other care center, just more animals coming in than are going out. So every kennel space is precious. We need more adopters coming here. We want people to sign up to become fosters, and this part of our community just really needs our help.
Nelson Gonzalez, and I'm the manager of the Lancaster Animal Care Center. So what I always suggest to people that are thinking about adopting is they might have an idea of a particular breed or a very specific finite animal that they might be interested in. So I always give them advice to be open to other opportunities, because they might be surprised something that they might not consider would really capture their attention. Not necessarily sticking to the breed, but more of personality. What is it that you're looking for? Are you an active person? Do you want to go on hikes, runs? Then you may want to explore a particular breed that has a lot of energy. Or if you are interested in a more mellow, laid-back activity, a pet that will match your lifestyle.
If you've ever thought about adopting, now is the time. The Antelope Valley in particular really needs community support, and when you adopt, you're saving a life, but you're also getting a new best friend.
Executive Officer, please read the findings from closed session.
The following is a report of action taken in closed session on August 12, 2025. Item number CS1 through CS5, no reportable action was taken. Item number CS6, public employment, consideration of candidates for the position of interim director of the Aging and Disabilities Department. The board selected a final candidate for the position of interim director of the Aging and Disabilities Department. The vote of the board was unanimous with all supervisors being present. And item numbers CS7 and CS8, no reportable action was taken. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes today's meeting. Please note that the August 19th and August 26th, 2025 Board of Supervisors meeting have been canceled. The next regular meeting of the board will be held on Tuesday, September 2nd, 2025 at 11 o'clock. Again, at 11 o'clock on Tuesday, September 2nd.